Also trying to get Streamlabs to recognize the chat box should be doing its job. There it goes. There we go. Now the chat's popping in. Alright then. Back to my Halo view here. Alright, so we're live. So welcome everybody to the Geeky Theoretics podcast. Though today we're trying out something new. We're doing our gaming edition, GT Podcast Gaming Edition, where we're gonna still talk about stuff that's going on, but in this case we're gonna be talking about it on stream while we play games, as opposed to our other format, which is just sitting and talking about the topics raw. We're still gonna be responding to chat. We're still gonna be talking about the topics. We're just gonna also be playing a game, so I don't know if that'll help with our inability to stay on topic.
It probably will.
Alright, so let's welcome the people who are in the chat right now. Nathan first today. Nice, man. What is Hater Zilix? Welcome. How is it going, boys? It's going pretty good for me. I woke up only a little while ago, so my energy is trying to catch up with me. And it
Same.
is... it not first in my mind unless you have something to say. Well, and it not first in my... I'm not sure what you meant to say by that. Only counts when they go live. What? You don't get to decide that, salty boy. What the fuck? Am I missing a giant chunk of conversation here? I'm only seeing...
No, you're not. They're arguing over who's first.
Oh. That's... Calcul, bonk. Hello! Hello, Calcul. Welcome to the stream. Nathan, I'm the biggest simp in these parts. Well, that's a good thing. I'm not salty, you know who I am, right, Nathan? Not too bad. Not salty. Okay. Well, shall we get started?
That's me. Button the button.
Dun. Dun.
And we will have to go through the movie scene first, because reasons.
Yeah, last night we were having a bit of a lag problem. I don't know if it'll continue.
I can't tell because there's a 30-second delay on screen, but it looks fine on my end.
Tell me about the children.
You ever notice that Halsey
Dr.
is
Halsey.
portrayed in, like, age-wise, she's very different each Halo
You already know everything.
that she's
No,
included in?
not really. No.
And every, like, in Halo Legends in particular, where we actually get more story,
Are more easily
there's
accepting of
her age is
indoctrination.
depicted very
The body
differently in a
is
lot of
more
those
adaptable
ones.
to augmentation.
Well,
The
okay,
result
so if we're going from Reach to
ultimate
Halo
soldier.
4, what is the time
And
gap?
because of our
I have
success,
no idea.
when the Covenant
The thing is, we
defeated,
can't see Master Chief's face, so I have no idea from his standpoint how things are aging.
Dr. Halsey, you're bending history for your own favor, and you know it. You developed the Spartans to crush human rebellion, not to fight the
I'm
Covenant.
gonna Google it.
I have no idea.
When one human army after another fell. When
Oh,
my
jeez.
Spartans were all that stood between humanity and extinction, nobody was concerned about why they were originally built.
So you feel in the end your choices were justified.
My work saved the human race.
Okay, so no, that kind of blew whatever I was going to say out of the water. It's a 5-year difference.
Do you think the Spartans' lack of basic
I was saying maybe if it was
helped?
10, 20 years, that would make sense. But no, it's a 5-year difference.
What
so.
are you after?
Yeah, she looks way
The
older.
others before
than
you
5
were
years.
naval intelligence, but you're something else.
Records show Spartans routinely exhibited mildly sociopathic tendencies, difficulty with socialization, and
The
verbalization.
records show efficient behavior operating in hazardous situations.
But yeah,
I
sociopaths and
supplied the tools to
psychopaths
maintain
thrive in
efficiency.
situations like that.
Do you believe the Master Chief succeeded because he was
I
at
will
his
say,
core
even though it's
broken?
non-canonical, I like the
What
take
does
that
John
Red
have to
vs.
do with this?
Blue takes on the Spartan program and on
You want to
Project
replace him?
Freelancer.
Well, Project Freelancer is non-canon. That's
The
entirely
Master Chief is
Well, no,
Rooster
like
Teeth,
the-
but
His
Well,
file
no, I'm talking about like the way it
reads
kind of
missing in
segues
action.
with the Spartans and stuff. I like the way that
Catherine.
connects, and I hope that becomes canonical one day.
Spartans never
I-
die.
that
I
would-
doubt it, because with all the other lore that is official from both Bungie and 343, it wouldn't really click in all
My
that well.
Spartans are humanity's
Well, no,
next
like with the
step.
so
Our destiny
with like
as a species,
them
Do
starting
not
to
underestimate
attempt to
them.
replace Spartans with
but
robots
most of all,
and AIs,
Do not
that would be a cool
underestimate
concept.
him.
Hmm. Yeah, when it comes to how I look at Halsey, I kind of don't. I severely do not like her.
Oh, good, I looked it up and there it is right on the fucking screen.
What?
2557, 4 years after the Halo event.
Yeah, in one of I'm trying to remember which one it was. In one of the Halo Legends stories, I'm trying to remember which animation. It was one of the 3D ones. But she was depicted as being very young. Like, she was designed, her character model was designed to look very young. She looked almost like a teenager. Or like a really young woman. So, I don't know as to how canon the Halo Legends stuff is.
I'm curious because I would have to go back and play it, and I really just can't be bothered to right now.
Well, Halo Legends is that it's that collection of like animations and short stories.
Oh, no. I was talking about replaying Reach because you.
Where the
meet
fuck
Halsey-
did Reach come from?
Well, no, because Halsey's at the end of Reach.
I know she's in Reach, but I was just talking about Halo Legends, and you segued without telling me you were segue.
Well, no, because I'm curious to see what her character model looked like in Reach. Because if I remember right, I'm thinking like late 20s, early 30s. But I don't remember because it's been that long since I've played, so I would have to replay it to see.
I played it 6 months. I replayed it 6 months ago. If I recall correctly, she didn't look too old. Halsey Reach.
Actually.
Yeah, she looked like she was 20. No, I wouldn't say older than 30, with how she was depicted in Reach. Here, she looks like 50.
Wake up, Chief.
50, 55.
I mean, she has been locked up, so maybe.
Does it bother anyone in this universe that whenever Chief wakes up, he suddenly splits like symbiotically into 2 units?
Where are we?
We're still adrift on the Dawn.
Well, so I don't know if you know this, but I made a joke about this after the fact. But Kid streamed yesterday, and he was streaming Halo 4 with
You've
Bubs,
been busy.
Ah, okay.
Activating the ship's gravity generator.
and so we kind of had a laugh about it, and and one of the things that happened was there was a scene, and hopefully we'll get to it, where they were doing an escape. And Master Chief kind of throws the, how do I get out? Let me out! Let me out! God damn it.
Is it a button?
I don't know!
I can't get out either. Was there a prompt?
Okay, oh, there we are. Okay, look up. Or it might just be me. But if you look straight up and press and hold the E button.
Ready to get back to work?
I'm looking straight up and I'm holding the E. Oh, now it's letting me out.
Okay, so yeah, I think it was a
We've got
me thing.
intrusion alerts lighting up on multiple
Great.
times.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking bad if we're
Boarding
depending
us
on
is
me
the
to be
observation
smart.
deck. 4 floors up.
Alright, hold on.
Rescue team.
Let me,
Red on it.
let me do my lag test.
Okay.
It feels sluggish, but I don't think it's a lag. You know, I think we'll be fine. I think. I don't know. It is a little bit sluggish. How responsive are the controls for you?
Mine are like butter.
Yeah, mine's a little sluggish. I don't know if that's just me or what's going on. I shoot a solid millisecond after I press the button, so. Hey, Murrowskin, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. What the fuck?
4 years,
What?
7 months, 10 days.
I blinked and I teleported to your ass.
Found us by now.
Hey,
Fuck.
hey, have a nice ass, but that's beside the point.
Hey, don't flatter yourself. That's John's ass.
What's that?
Sensor scan, high intensity, doesn't match any known patterns.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
good.
How close are we to the
Let's
observation?
fucking run then. Oh, okay. So
Directly
what
above us.
I was saying a second ago. So there was a cutscene
The elevator
where
doors look so tight.
they're escaping on ghosts, and Chief jumps up on the ghost and essentially kind of like kicks it off the cliff without
Oh, fuck.
without falling off the cliff. I was like, is this the point where player 2 comes in and just like knocks him right off the cliff?
Chief, watch out!
The cutscene's just gonna be Chief, apparently.
It deteriorated so badly.
Oh, so this is literally just me doing it?
Yep, I have no control. I'm watching from your eyes.
Oh, good.
Brother,
So we are-
Brother Reclusiac Mortis, welcome to the stream. Oh, an elite. Break his neck. Oh no, just toss him off.
Good. He'll know it's coming.
He's probably not alone. We should be
Jesus.
careful.
Oh, wait, hold on. And I got my pistol. Yeah, there's a slight, like, minuscule delay with my button prompts, which is a little annoying, but I couldn't tell you what the cause is. Yeah, it's especially noticeable since we're in the middle of combat.
That's the last of them.
Now I need to know how
Find
to
the
switch
override
over.
for
There
the
we go.
blast shield so we can see what we're up against.
So guys, on Halo 5, I wouldn't play Halo 5. And I don't recommend anybody else does either.
I would just because I don't mind playing bad
It's
games.
possible we just came across a rogue salvage ship.
You like bad games.
I like some bad games. I
Or
do
we
have
might
some
have
say.
stumbled into an entire Covenant fleet.
Just stumbled into a Covenant fleet, that's it.
Recognized us.
I mean, we are just floating in half a fucking ship.
Landing craft flanking us.
Yeah, this lag is gonna be annoying as fuck. It's not as bad as yesterday's, but it's annoying.
Let me see some room.
We need to get off this ship.
Setting. Configure.
We've got bigger problems. We've got a cruiser on an intercept course. Head for the elevator bank.
Oh, I can't hit you.
Sensors say we're
I thought there was.
You
Do you
dick!
have friendly
Yes,
fire on?
The ship was torn in half.
I think
We
it's
can't
on by
access the weapons
default.
stations. We'll have to fire them
Why?
from the outer hull.
Because.
Alright, so. Wait, can we not sprint? Oh, Jesus.
Hi.
It did it again.
You're not trapped in here. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Mwahaha. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Hello? Yep.
Fuck off!
I want that gun. Give me that gun. Here you.
Give me my new gun.
Oh no, it's the same thing I already have.
You
It just
didn't.
has more charge.
What the fuck?
Kamikaze grunt.
Oh, he was. Oh, he pulled out the grenades. I didn't. See, I was trying to punch you before he did that.
That cruiser's shields are down. Assuming
Well,
they
don't
get
shoot
through,
Ludus.
that missile's gonna be one heck of a
But that's no
surprise.
fun.
I mean, it wouldn't be our brand of autism if we didn't accidentally shoot each other at some.
Fuck off.
More grenades.
They're grenade happy little shits.
So am I.
Fucking grunts.
Grunt, die. Oh shit. that worked a little bit too well because I was stuck you with I'm stuck. Enemies are nearby.
Got him.
Let's see, do I want...
Brother Kuziak Mortis, no retreat, brother. I don't intend to retreat.
Ooh!
I do intend to try and figure out how to adapt to this fucking lag.
How far to the missile?
We're just about there.
Oh, that's glass.
I have grenades.
I have grenades. I have grenades. I'm trying to remember what button to fucking press.
F.
F?
F.
Why does that feel wrong?
I don't know. I think it's because it's right beside the D key, and D is your, one of your movement keys. That would be my assumption.
Well, that works. Yeah, I'm
Murder's
starting to adapt to the little the millisecond lag. It's still annoying because you only notice it when you really need that reaction time, but I'm getting better at it.
Auxiliary launch station should be
So Murder's
out of
Kitten said no retreat, just tactical withdraw. No, we don't do that pussy shit here.
For ignition.
Cortana.
It's nothing.
I think one of my favorite phrases I heard a few years back. Oh, hello.
Oh, no!
I gotta take the battle rifle.
Oh. What is that?
What the? Oh, 0G. Oh, I
As the
just know.
gun floats off into fucking space.
Whee!
Look, do you see where I'm pointing as we're going?
No. Oh, over there?
Yeah.
You just die?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was funny because I was actually watching the gun just float off in space that you just threw down.
So, let me get this straight. You were just like, hey, guns flying off into space. Ah, as you were getting stuffed full of needle gun.
I was sitting there like, because you jump up, you pick up the rifle because I noticed the rifle
Ah,
too
fuck.
late.
Trying to
Aha!
bring him down.
I noticed the rifle too late. I'm like, oh, what gun was that? And it just floats off into goddamn
Oh,
space.
god damn it.
Cortana.
I was like, what?
To the launch station.
Pretty gun. Needle, 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 needle. It was pretty.
There we go.
Alright, so. Covenant bastards.
Chief, you need to find the missile controls.
Alright.
Shit, I know what that is now. No wonder I fucking blew up. I know what that
What?
was.
Ah, fuck. Alright, so. Where the fuck are we going?
I'm gonna sit right here till my shields recharge.
Oh, fucking. I'm out of ammo.
Okay, well, give me a Give me a second. I'll fix that fucking problem.
Trying to find a gun. Ah, fuck. Oh, hello.
I killed the sniper.
Hello, Mamacita. You know what I've never understood is why movie makers, game makers, and the such always feel the need to add sound to the games.
Okay, why does everything else have fucking zero grab, but I can't jump high?
Yeah, it is. Oh, you got grab boots or something, mag boots, whatever.
It's like, we have this really cool game dynamic. The only person it doesn't work for is you.
Ain't that splendid?
I do like how the sound is a bit deafening in space.
Yeah, but the thing is that again, they still feel the need to add sound. In space, there's none. There's no air or oxygen to carry sound waves. It would be dead silent.
Launch initiated.
And I get it. You still need your players to have something to connect to.
The missile won't fire until
But I'd be curious to see them for once actually like make it that dead silence.
I got something special for your ass.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, I don't got a lot of ammo.
Huh. I ran out of it.
I only got 2 shots left. That ain't enough to kill shit.
I was using the beam rifle. I was the one hitting everything.
Nah,
I have a carbine.
made it to the objective. Kicking in place.
Let's see. Black Templar Knight Draven. I'm out of ammo. Cool. Use my fist now. Mustafa Ahmed in Universe Explanation. I can think of as Cortana doesn't want to risk it. Out of Universe Explanation is Devin didn't want to go through the extra.
Boom. You're getting scanned, bro.
Covenant weren't the ones scanning us.
No, but they're getting dragged in too.
Worry about the giant metal planet. Using a gravity well to
I don't know if this happened to you too, but all my ammo just got refilled.
We've gotta hurry. The second we cross the dome's event horizon,
For my
atmosphere's gonna tear
primary.
us apart.
What are you doing? Are you running for the portal?
Aft vehicle.
I was gonna go jump in your portal.
It's like, I need to jump in. It looks so welcoming.
It's shiny.
It's shiny.
Damn, I kind of wish I would kept that beam rifle now. That's actually really fucking good.
I got a needle gun and fuck, I don't remember the name of this gun. It's a sniper one, or it's like this Covenant scout rifle.
The carbine,
Oh,
carbine, whatever.
how do we?
Yeah.
Do you have to do something?
I just got up here. I think it's working now.
Or maybe it's supposed to do this? There it goes. Fall in, fall in. Oh shit.
Well, I was gonna go that way, but fuck that.
All but one of the grav generators just went dark.
Okay.
Pointed at that vehicle bay.
Oh fuck.
What
You,
did I
you landed on my head and I took damage. Like, ah!
okay.
It hurt me. Oh shit. I'm emotionally torn. The grunts are dying, but it's a bad thing.
We're almost there.
Oh, look how depressed he looks. He's like, I'm fucking done.
Oh, that's good.
Ah, shit. Whee! Ow! Whoa! Oh
We're going
shit!
to the shiny anyway.
We're caught in the gravity well.
Can you track the escape pods?
Negative.
By the way, how many times has Master Chief just him himself flown through space?
I don't know.
Because
I will-
there's Halo 2, right? I'm pretty sure it happened. He fell to a planet in Halo 3, if I'm not mistaken.
No, okay, so that was a, so the one in Halo 3 was more of like a Halo jump without a parachute. That wasn't from space, it was just high orbit.
Uh-huh.
Or high altitude. Although, I will say, one of the things that, this is going to be my hot take for the day. One of the things I like about Mass Effect 3 is because in Mass Effect 1 and 2, you really do feel like Shepard is immortal, but when he starts getting his ass kicked in cutscenes, that really does show that, oh, hey, no, he's mortal. I think that was something they did really well.
I think with Master Chief, it's the opposite. In cutscenes, he gets his butt kicked or falls to space, things like that.
It just...
Well, in cutscenes, he's made to look like an utter badass who can take anything.
Checking
When you're
for
playing the game and you get killed by a fucking grunt suicide bombing, it's the other one.
Yeah.
Cortana.
Well, no, like,
I'm sorry.
so...
It's the
The
crash.
problems
It's
I had kind of with
Something
Mass
was
Effect
wrong
is,
even
like,
before we left the Dawn.
you know,
Chief?
yeah, you're the
Really?
good guy and you're
I'm fine.
supposed to win, but with Mass Effect 1 and 2, you really do feel kind of
Cortana.
like that almost comic book good guy who
I
can't
was put into
fail.
service 8 years ago.
And then in 3,
years.
they kind of made it where it was like, okay, yeah,
My eyes
you
deteriorate
could lose
after
this
7,
fight.
Chief.
Halsey.
Chief.
We need to find Halsey.
Chief, please.
She made you. She can fix you.
I won't recover from rampancy, Chief.
I'm just kidding. I remember why I stopped playing Halo.
We
It's
can trust you
fucking
back to
boring.
Earth And find Halsey. She can fix this.
I will say this, one of the things that I love that I really never noticed before, because I haven't played Halo 4, like,
keep.
I think I've played it for like all of 20 minutes. Because look at
We
that
need
big
to
ass
move.
gap in her teeth.
I know. I know.
Amazing as hell, but like I didn't notice it
Ships made it through.
before.
I didn't notice it. Period.
Why?
Well, we played Halo 1 last night, and I didn't notice it then, but I just looked, and she's got like a big ass gap in her teeth. I'm like, what the fuck?
I was noticing her butt, to be frank.
Yeah, they
My
kinda
priorities
slut
are
her up
straight.
through the- like the higher the number of games, the more they slut her up.
Not exactly true, because Halo 5 isn't that the one where they gave her armor to cover all that?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Like, and you
I haven't
could.
played-
I would argue though that if they had the graphics knowledge and technology back when they made Halo 1, they would have made her look the same as she does in 4. Like, I think it's not really a matter of slutting her up. I think they're just trying to capture her look correctly.
I don't agree with that.
You don't have to. We disagree on a lot of things.
That is true. Well, no, and so the reason I don't, though, is because that's also like a 20-year difference. Video games, I mean, there are a lot of things that are the same, but I don't think they would have gone that
I'm
heavily
picking up a faint
sexualized with
transmission
Cortana.
on the high band.
And I'm not complaining.
I don't think
I
so.
know, I'm not
The
either, but
planet's
I don't think that would have been a
I'll try to
decision that would have
triangulate
made
its position.
back then.
Well, the thing is, you could say that about a lot of decisions they make with the game design of Halo Combat Evolved. Like, the game design they chose to go with was very different for its genre back then. That's why Combat Evolved was such a revolutionary game. It redefined what an FPS could be.
Warthogs.
Oh,
Still
hello.
in one piece.
You want gunner or driver?
Nice to see your luck is holding out.
I'm really kind of debating on that because you have lag, but I'm a shit driver.
I have a millisecond lag, or part of a second. I'll jump in, driver.
It's questionable about which one would be bad.
You suck, and I got technical issues.
About my
Da, da, da.
I didn't want to mention it, seeing as how it's a complete long shot, but since you brought
Nobody,
it up,
nobody would
it is
care if we
possible
found
that
if she
getting
was
home
fat
could
Karen.
help
I
me
mean, she
find
kind
a
of is a
solution
Karen.
for my rampancy.
Wait, what?
Especially in
As far
4,
as
where it's
I
like,
know,
I
the
need
only
help.
I ever generated from
Okay, we
living
get it,
just
but I
a
need
clone
help.
of Dr. Halsey, to
I
be
need to be
precise.
catered to.
It may be
And I wouldn't know.
possible
I
to
wouldn't go
find
full
my
Karen,
neural
but I'd
network
say
in the
she's
same condition.
she's Karen light.
But that means getting back to Halsey.
She's the diet Karen. She's getting there, but not quite there.
Chief, I'm hearing that strange signal again. Stronger
Okay,
this
good. Can I
time.
shoot the signal?
Can I shoot something instead of driving around and just listening to dialogue?
His behavior is odd.
At least it's not the fucking,
Yeah, something to shoot.
Hostiles!
Mako section in Halo 1. Or not Halo, fucking Mass Effect. Oh, it overheats now.
Oh, what the fuck? No! Ah! You bitch! I forgot they can yeet you out. Can you guys play Far Cry 4 next? Says Draven.
Oh.
Far Cry 4? I don't know. I don't think I've played Far Cry 4. I played Far Cry. The thing is, I played Far. Whoa! You died? Oh shit! And the vehicle won't move.
I jumped out. I was gonna steal a ghost, but the ghost kind of the ghost might have just ran me instead.
All right. I think I busted the ghost up.
Not as bad as it could be.
Not as bad as it could be.
I mean, it's only sparking a little.
It's always like that. Don't ignore the scratches and the bumps. It's fine. Boom, bitch! Yee-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh fuck! I lost my momentum. Ow, ow. Bumper cars.
Oh, fuck you, bitch. Give me.
Oh, feels good.
Okay, so I saw Kibbs and Bubs do this.
Ah, fuck. Damn it,
If you
get in there.
push,
Get in there.
if you push this pillar over to right where the warthog is,
Huh?
then we can actually get the warthog up to the next area.
Wait, what? Wait, how did they know that? How to do that?
Because they're autistic as hell.
Well, Kibb's autistic? Nah. How could that possibly be?
Here on that. Because what you have to do is you have to use.
I swear to God, did they Google it?
I don't know. I came in right around that point.
I'm willing to bet they might have Googled it.
So what they did was they had to push that over there. I have a sneaky suspicion. Those words. I already fucked this up.
You're the only one who knows the thing, so.
And all I'm doing is going off what Kibbs and Bubs did. I just kind of half-assed watched them. Yeah. Okay. Instead, I got the Warthog stuff.
Well done.
Oh, good. There we go. Ah, damn it! Okay, so... Yep, that ain't gonna work. Oh,
Well, we fucked it up.
yep, I fucked up.
Let's make a move, boy.
Because yeah, they had the warthog up through this area.
Nobody would care for Katana if she was Fat Karen.
Yeah,
Well, that's basically
If
true.
we're going to hijack a ship from these Covenant, we're going to have to find where they're landing first.
I don't suppose you have a plan for that.
Yeah, just ignore this.
can always ask
Brother,
them.
I am pinned here.
Asking's not.
Brother, I am pinned here.
Cry 5 is great. Totally love the game. I don't know. I haven't played any of the Far Cry games.
I have played Far Cry 2, 3, and 5. And I think I played part of, No, I don't think I played 4. I don't think, anyway.
I do know there is a guy with a sword up here that...
Oh, right in the face. Well, that didn't work out how I planned.
What, did you die?
Yep, he punched me in the face.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that was you! Okay, I saw something drop down and I thought it was a jackal at first. I saw it slap and I was like, oh, that's new.
Well, I'm alive again. Kind of. Hello. Gimme.
Okay, so that's something I like.
What?
Now when you're zoomed, if you take damage, it doesn't punch it. I would really like a plasma grenade right now. Oh, there's one.
I was about to say, they dropped quite a few of them. Far Cry 5 is the one in Hope Country, Montana, with cultists taking over. No, I played Far Cry 5. I'm not sure about Far Cry 4 or 3. Well, I know I played Far Cry 3. I'm just not sure about 4. I would say the Far Cry games are a lot of fun, though, if you're ever interested, Ludus. Oh, sword! Sword! Ah! Fuck.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was trying to tell you.
That elite dropped his camo module. Let's have a look.
I got smashy stick now.
Smashy stick?
I'll run a soft patch to it from the suit. Never know what might come in handy.
Smashy stick.
Why does it always spawn me in with a shitty gun?
Because that's what you deserve for not listening to me.
But listening to you is such a bad idea generally.
I mean, that is true.
What the fuck?
There's that phantom signal again.
I turn around. I
What?
see your eyes
What?
down.
What? 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 Why? I just died.
Sentinels.
I saw
I
that.
wondered when they'd show up.
I was about ready to jump, but this seems like a really shitty idea. Okay, good. That is floor then.
I am too awesome to get guns. Universe needs balancing.
There, Chief.
I'll take that
console
excuse.
in the back.
Hey, more energy in this one. Wow, dead Covenant. And we did not kill him.
Which makes me kind of nervous.
Well, thing is, with grunts, I would just assume they killed themselves. Not the brainiest boys in the bunch, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I know. It's just And no, the reason I call the energy sword the smashy stick is because after all the power goes out, all you do is beat the shit out of them with the hill.
Wouldn't it be the smashy grip then?
I mean, that sounds like a masturbatory problem.
It's a localized
What?
site cartographer.
I said that sounds like a masturbatory problem.
In service of Forerunner
Smashy grip?
designate Requiem.
Yeah.
Requiem.
What are you
At
into?
least we know where we are now.
Do you really want me to go into this?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I am concerned.
What
You
happened?
should be.
I don't know.
Hey, Carnth Corn, welcome. Hello, Asmo, Ludus, and chat.
I'm
What's up,
detecting
man?
power fluctuations
Hey, Garden
in
Scorn.
several locations.
You
I'll put them up
did.
for you. Hopefully we can find some way to get this cartographer back online.
Xeno weapons is heresy exterminatus on you, on your family, on your world. Know your crew. Know your cow. Oh, okay. I should have read that like the Mushu line. Dishonor on, dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. Oh God, the Mulan movie, the live action one was such garbage.
This energy is actually a ferroelectric data field. Your shields
what?
are just cycling in response to the
Was I
chamber's
supposed to be on that?
charge.
I have no idea.
We're back online.
Partially.
Are we?
This type of processing system usually works in parallel.
I guess.
We'll have to locate its twin.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Ah, we got
The Covenant.
Covenant that are alive. Yay. That means we get to make them unalive. Ow! You bitch! Take my needle! My sharp pointy rods will penetrate your flesh.
I think I have found the effective ring.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, I need to go upstairs.
Oh, fuck. No! Melee him! Why is the reload for melee so slow? I can punch twice in congruency.
Boop.
Hey, little Miss Cindy. It says kinky, of course.
Oh no, you just missed that time.
Is that the same signal?
Yes. Mayday,
Azagon, are
Mayday,
you supposed to
Mayday.
be streaming?
UNSC AI
yes.
Cortana to infinity. Please
Why?
respond. No response.
Why did
From the strength of that signal,
has someone made a law saying I'm not allowed to now? Wouldn't be surprised. I made the right number of enemies for
we
that.
may be able to use it to track the ship's location.
Fucking hell. Ow, what the hell?
The
Ow.
Covenant is a religion of peace. This is an intergalactic hate crime.
We can't give the Covenant access to the
Ah,
cartographer.
bitch.
Clear them out.
I want to talk to you.
Beep. Profiteering.
Sit. Now quick, to the cartographer.
Boom! Oh, I was expecting him to slap it for some reason. You're going over it. Aren't you sick? I have been sick. I've been feeling a lot better the last 2 days. Yesterday was the big leap, thankfully. I couldn't really speak Saturday or Sunday very well. Monday, I was after I got my antibiotic. My voice started to come back a little bit, but it was really bad. I so bad I thought I'd be out for a week. The next day, I made a leap forward with my health. The antibiotic had done a lot more. I'd taken a lot more of the supplement I was given. So my health has been on the upcline severely. Yesterday was when I did a stream as well, and that went pretty well. I only had one incident with my throat where after I talked for like 30-40 minutes straight, my throat tightened up and I couldn't speak for like 5 or 10 minutes after like a severe cough. But after that, I was fine for the most part.
We're taking it.
And today I've had no issues at all, so I'm feeling much better today. Am I still sick? I'm not sure. I'm not, like, I can eat normal food again. Like, I don't feel off. So I'd say if I'm not completely well, I'm close enough.
What do you know about Infinity?
I couldn't move there for a second.
She was supposed to be massive, but the project was only in prototype.
Sorry, I was typing in Discord. I forgot to put the stream in my Discord.
Okay.
I had a moment.
Scouts, fortifying the bridge below. Stay sharp.
Oh, whoops.
How do you fuck with scouts? Jump in the middle of them! I want that gun.
Which gun?
The one on the spaceship. Take that back. I want that.
Damn it.
I think I just
Alright, there's a solid 1 second lag now.
okay.
Yeah, because the moment I hit, I think 1 after I press the button, it fires. Great, I gotta adapt to that now.
Toya, bitches.
Ow! Fuck you. Oh, sword. Aw, the sword is not fully charged.
No, it's not.
Lame. Lame! Why is it so slow to hit?
Because it is basically a one-hit kill on everything. Well, that lasted all
Time to
fucking
nerf my
30
boy.
seconds. I was in a Banshee and they blew me off.
Punch you, bitch! Fuck off! Fear the punchy stick. I'm to Papa. Where'd he go? I'm here! I'm not done with you! Apparently I am. Damn it. Thank God, good for that you're health again. Yep, I am glad I am healthier. Wait, did we both die?
Oh shit!
No. Right here.
Sword again.
I got a battle rifle. We're scouring. Actually, there's a topic I wanted to discuss with you. Hold on. What's your thoughts on Destiny/Destiny 2 and that whole thing?
So I've only played the original Destiny.
Alright.
What I played of it was alright, but I didn't play that much.
Alright, so... Oh, fuck! Hold on. Alright, so with my experience with playing Destiny, I played Destiny on launch day, the original Destiny, and I played it for a little while, a good long while, and I was, to be frank, pretty damn disappointed with how it came out. I was expecting a lot better. I was expecting massive improvements to where it was. So I stopped playing, I think, after the first expansion? I'm trying to remember what the first expansion was now. It's been years. And then, conveniently after I left, though, people were like, oh, the second expansion, like, I think it was like Hearts of Iron or something like that, where they did like a Viking expansion, and then some, what the fuck did that grunt say? It sounded demented. Like, well, anyway, I basically missed out on all the quote-unquote major improvements or fixes to Destiny 1. I was, you know, which kind of pissed me off. I heard that from the community, and until about Destiny 2 was announced. And when I saw the promotions and everything, I was thinking it was actually just going to be an overblown expansion to Destiny 1.
Yeah.
And I was already disappointed with Destiny as it was, so I wasn't exactly on board to give it like a major shot. Like,
Right.
I was expecting it to really fall flat. So Destiny 2 comes out, and then it becomes public knowledge that essentially Destiny 2 is actually a reboot or a remake of Destiny 1, essentially. Though they're still kind of, sort of moving forward with the story. Like, it was very confusing. It's like, okay, so it's essentially a soft remake or soft reboot, but you're still going forward with the story you established in 1. Like,
okay.
How the fuck did you get that?
You didn't just see it sitting there?
No, I didn't. I mostly assume this shit is terrain.
Yeah, it was sitting there the first time. The reason we both done it is because I was in it, and there were 2 other banshees, and they blew me up.
Alright. So, with Destiny 2, with all the trailers and everything, they announced that none of your gear would transfer.
Okay.
Like, that pissed off the community something fierce. And then when Destiny 2 launched, they also found out a lot of the lore had been changed. Pissed people off something fierce. So, my reason I bring it up is I've honestly not been sure, like, because I played a little bit of Destiny 2. I played Destiny 2 when it came out, and I recently played a little bit more of it, like, last night. And I like playing it, because it is kind of reminiscent of Halo and a mix of other things, but mostly it wears its Halo origins on its shoulders.
Right.
And I'd say I like playing it. I like the looter shooter aspect. What I don't like is a lot of the other elements. Like, the story for me feels really choppy, and it feels like I'm missing.
Right here.
It feels like I'm missing large swaths of information.
Destiny was
Chief,
one of those
the
game
Covenant net's
franchises I
going
just
crazy.
couldn't get into, and I don't.
They're
really
ordering
get into
all units
anymore.
to converge on the
Yeah,
tower.
I wouldn't recommend it right now.
Attention.
I'm gonna continue playing it in its new form now, because they have a different starting zone where they kind of mesh Destiny 2 storyline with the old starting zone from Destiny 1 at the Cosmodrome.
I see potential.
Oh, the turret. That killed no one? Really? Don't shoot it. Hold on. But yeah, I'm gonna keep playing it, see if it's much improved from what I remember.
I mean, it's again, it's one of those things.
Gotta go, sorry. Hey, that's a fine, Recluse Yark Martis. Thank you for joining the stream, man. Have a good one.
It's one of those things where I'm trying not to sound like a dick about it, but I have no interest in it. I never really had that big of an interest in it. It just, like I said, a game franchise that just didn't grab me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, please. Ah, shit.
Assuming
About to
safely
have
I
our
can't
hands full.
fit this in there.
The elites just issued a general order. They're moving all ground teams to secure the tower entrance above us.
Oh, he died. Oh, he died a lot.
Yeah. Color Coin says Destiny 1 and 2 are kind of shit, very boring games. I'd say I agree. The story is utter garbage. The part that's not boring to me is the loot grind, but it does get boring after a certain amount of time. I'm trying to think the best what best comparison. There we go.
Chat is not refreshing again now.
That's not what I meant to. There we go. The loot grind is the absolute worst? No, trust me. I've played the absolute worst for loot grind games, let me tell you. It's not the worst. Is it bad? I'll give you that. It's bad, certainly after a amount of time. Oh, jeez. But is it the worst? No. I've played terrible loot grind games. With microtransactions, too, so... ah, shit. So, no. I call bullshit. It's not the worst.
The Sentinels are trying to keep the Covenant out.
Back off!
I got something for this.
Oh, damn.
While you were busy, I managed to clear up another transmission from Infinity.
Sounded like he said artifact.
I wonder if it's related to whatever the Covenant are after.
Where's the terminus?
The map placed it at the top of the tower.
Alright.
Carneth Corn says Borderlands had the opposite problem for me, where there's too much loot, 90% is just shit. I mean,
I would say it depends on which Borderlands. I think Borderlands 1 was probably the weakest for loot for me out of that franchise. As for Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3, both, I agree, have too much loot. And some of it is kind of utter garbage. Like, there was a gun, especially early on, when I was playing Borderlands 3, where I used this one gun, despite the fact that almost every fight and altercation, new guns dropped. I used this one gun for the first hour and a half to 2 hours of the game. Because everything else I picked up was just shit by comparison.
I'll say my problem with Borderlands is not necessarily that the loot is garbage. Is that they have specific loot for each, or specific guns for each playstyle. And once you find out which one yours is, you're not using anything. They just don't make they make the guns viable, so they have enough gun manufacturers to make it viable for a bunch of different playstyles. But they don't have any guns. They kind of fix this in 3 a little, but they don't really have any guns that do everything.
Yeah.
Which
When
I think
tried
would
to
be
access
good.
the outlet closest to Infinity's transmissions, the system responded with this.
What is it?
That's the kicker. It's the Forerunner symbol for Reclaimer.
Humanity. That's got to be Infinity. Can you get us to those coordinates?
Let me try to open a portal.
Kind of looks like the Tau symbol a little bit.
It does.
Cortana,
I'm picking up unknown energy signatures.
where?
This can't be right.
Set a waypoint out of the tower.
Freaky deaky dudes.
Cortana?
How did... Quick! Into the portal!
Huh?
Chief, go!
Just jump into the random hole. That's never put a man in a bind before.
Okay, so no, this isn't it. I think it's the one after this where we got
sort of
to.
advanced defense AIs. Related to the Sentinels, I'm guessing, but it's hard to say without a closer look. Come on, let's figure out where that transit system dumped
What the
us.
fuck? What the fuck? How's this work?
Okay, so hold down the left shift button.
Ah, okay. Fancy.
Hold E to insert Cortana. Giggity.
This is Requiem's core, all right. But Infinity is definitely not here. That satellite in the center is amplifying the ship's broadcasts like a relay.
Maybe we can use it to respond.
Perhaps. Those beams coming off it are creating the interference we've been experiencing. We'd have to take them out to contact Infinity.
Can you get us there?
Opening a gate to the first beam pylon. Pull me, and let's go.
Pull me.
Okay.
This
Whoa,
is the first
dude.
pylon.
Negative. This is as
It's
close
like
as I
such a
could get.
bad idea.
Hope you don't mind hoofing it a little.
Hoofing it? Ah, I can hoof it. Oh, whoops.
Contacts!
I keep instinctively wanting to press shift to sprint.
Yeah, I have to stop myself from doing it a few times. So.
Coming down the walls!
Those weren't the same things we saw in the terminals.
Similar cortical footprint as the tower AIs. They're connected, all right.
Fancy guns.
I forget what this one is supposed to be.
Alright, so if you hold down this gun and shoots like a charge shot.
Okay.
And the rifle is just an automatic rifle.
More of them.
Similar phasing activity at the edge of our sensors. We're about to get busy.
Alright.
The shotgun.
Oh, whoops. Damn, I did it again.
I've discovered something interesting about our new friends. When the big ones explode, that momentary flash we're seeing is actually a data purge.
Can you tap into it?
So far, I've pulled multiple strings referring to the big ones as Promethean Knights. Beyond that, though, things get a bit dense.
A bit dense? By the way, you ever wonder how it is that every weapon that an enemy drops in this franchise is always usable by humans?
I think it's actually kind of funny that they brought that up last night too.
Well, it's weird. Like, why is it all usable by humanoids? Like, you would think there'd be an alien species that has a use of a weapon that cannot be used by a human.
Like this gun.
Huh?
It's the rifle.
I like the rifle.
It's the I'm not sure if they're
The relay
forerunners or not,
interference
but
is
it's their rifle.
We must be getting close to the pylon.
I don't remember the story of 4, so... Is that a bad sign? Like...
No, I think it's about par for the course.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are more of them up here.
Oh shit. That didn't work out how I was hoping. Not blasted in the face.
There you are.
What the fuck? That happened to you too? What the fuck? Is that happening to you too?
I had one freeze.
I had a freeze and now the frame rate's all...
No, my frame rate's fine.
My frame rate is not. Holy shit.
That's me.
It's all jittery.
Something about moving through those portals is increasing the load on my systems.
Are you gonna be alright?
What the fuck?
Held off rampancy this long, haven't I?
Chad, do you guys see this? Or is it just me? Oh no, it's smoothed out. Like, what the fuck was that? Was that in the game or was that supposed to happen? What the fuck was that?
So I think some of it was, but I don't think all of it was to freeze.
My love, put fear from your heart.
War is your realm, Didact, not mine. And you marched to this war, facing foes that, while always aggressive, were never so aggressive as they are now.
Your fears are unfounded. The enemy will be turned, and I shall stand by your side once more.
Promise me that.
I promise you. Nothing will stand between us.
Shit's about to happen.
No.
Lord of Admirals, we are in position over the Forerunner planet.
Show me. Population numbering over 2 billion. Forerunner ships on alert and in battle.
Is it possible? Have we gotten ahead of it?
Flood infestation detected, my lord.
Damn it!
My lord, the infestation is in a remote locale. Perhaps if we warn the Forerunners?
If we warn them, we give the flood time to spread. You know we have no choice. Cleanse the planet.
And to be fair, and it is the Flood.
This is actually kind of cool.
Alright, my pause menu popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, so did mine.
Were these the glitches you were warning me about?
I don't know specifically about that.
You just know there are glitches.
I know there are glitches. Ooh, hello.
Why, you got the shotgun?
I got the shotgun.
Yeah, I was gonna grab that, but...
Okay.
Huh? You already grabbed it. Come on, let's go.
Here. There's a shotgun.
That's the target, but it looks like the entrance.
You already have it.
There's the shotgun on the floor.
Take the shotgun.
You can have the shotgun.
Take the shotgun. You grabbed it first. You want it. Go take it.
I have the rifle and the assault rifle. I should be fine.
Yeah, so do I. I'll be fine too. Go. Get it. You grabbed it first. First take. Alright, let us. Let us. Damn you. God damn it, did it fucking again.
What did you do?
Keep pressing shift.
Oh. Oh, I can't go back inside. Oh, that sucks.
One of the shield's power cores. Take it out. I read 2 more cores on our level.
Good to know that the humans were always the good guys, says Garthcorn.
Okay, so actually, here's a discussion I had in Kib's stream last night. I kind of want everyone's opinion on this. So, I made the argument. You know the full story of the Reapers from the Mass Effect series, right?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay, every 50,000 years, they wipe out the highest functioning sentient life to essentially keep them from developing AI, so that the synthetics don't create the AI that will wipe them out.
Well done, Chief. 1 to go.
Alright.
It's essentially kill a bunch of synthetics so that organics don't destroy everything. And yes, it is extreme, but it does kind of make sense at the same time. It's either, do you cull a bunch of the organics, or do you just let them destroy everything? There's one behind me.
Well, the thing is, why is it their... Why, what gives them their right to cull everybody? Based on the fear they have.
Oh, no. Okay, so in their case, it is, at this point, programming that they've came to the logical conclusion that every 50,000 years, they have to wipe out enough of the sentient races to keep it so that the sentient races don't do something to cause the entire galaxy to be burnt the fuck to the ground.
Okay, but isn't that's an inherent paranoia based on factors that are ever changing?
No. Okay. And again, this is the kind of thing where I'm not arguing that it's not extreme and a bit maybe misguided, but it's understandable at the same time.
I really don't think it is fully understandable. Because, again, the parameters in which is set, like, the development process of sentient races is going to vary. It might be more advanced than the last time. It might be less. They might be culling races that didn't get past the fucking industrial age.
Right. No, they never do. That's the thing. They only cull the races that have made it to a certain technological point. Like, they only cull high-tech space-faring species.
God, this pistol shit.
Grenades are, but I don't like them, and what I like even less is the little flag shit.
Well, Carter the Corn points out that the Reapers could just tell them not to.
Oh, okay. And what grounds would that actually work?
In the grounds that we have the power to wipe you out, and we won't as long as you don't build this one time of technology.
Okay, so out of all the times you've been told not to do something, every single time have you not done it?
In certain cases, yes. Especially if it was detrimental to my own health. Like, don't jump off that cliff. Okay, I won't jump off that cliff. To this day, I've never jumped off that cliff.
Well, no, so my point kind of stands of, you have this advanced alien race. Well, as far as everyone knows, alien race. And they, I am hating this fucking fight. And they just come up and say, okay, so you can't do this. Like, I believe that the races would do like they kind of do in Mass Effect 3 and just get together and just try and wipe them out. Like, you can't tell us what to do. We're gonna fight.
Well, to be fair, I don't really think they do really have the right to tell others what to do.
I need a gun, I need a gun. It's a shitty gun, but it is a gun. Oh. Wait, what was that? Oh, there we go. But yeah, so I think that if they do try and be like, hey, you know, you lesser races, you can't do this, I think it's just going to come to the same end. And that's going to be just a mass war between the Reapers and the sentient races.
And again, a war that they don't have to fight. Like, it's their choice to go to war over it.
Well, so the way they see it is they're at least saving some of the sentient races. Damn it. Fucking...
Oh, there you are. Oh,
he just two-tapped me. I mean, maybe, but I still don't think so. I still really do think, like, no matter what happens, there's going to be a big war with the Reapers.
I think that if just jumping to the we have to kill them because the possibility is there is a bit, not only a bit extreme, but I think it's misguided entirely. Especially since they don't try and warn the races. Like, just warn them. And if they choose to ignore your warning, you don't have to go to war with them over it. Let them fail. Let the disaster happen and then jump in and sweep it up after everybody's already dead.
I think part of the reason they don't is because they do use the organics for Reapers themselves as a way of preserving them in a warped, twisted way.
So that tells me their intentions aren't that pure anyway. Like, they would still kill these races even if they didn't fear the possibility.
They must have intercepted our distress beacon.
Well,
so it sounds to me like it's more selfish and that they're just putting a face on the issue, so they
In
don't.
the gravity well.
They're basically just hiding the true intention, which is to preserve their own race. They don't. Really, to me, it doesn't seem like they actually care, one way or the other.
No, what, that the races die, or how they die?
Either. Well, they die because you just said they use them to preserve their own race. So they definitely don't want them to die, but that's more from a self-preservation standpoint than it is from any kind of altruistic standpoint.
Well, what I think a lot of it has to do with
There's still too much interference to warn them. We've got to disable
is
that
the reason
other
they do
beam
it that way
before
is because
they're
at
pulled in
least
like
they're
we were.
preserving some damn it, I did it. Is they're preserving some semblance of the race. You said it right after me.
Son of a bitch.
But they do it as a way to preserve some semblance of the race.
I was wondering why Infinity hadn't encountered the Covenant yet.
What are they doing here?
They're heading to the second pylon as well.
Oh, good.
That can't be a coincidence.
I thought I had gone through it, and I was just standing at the edge and watching my screen get
The BattleNet's already lighting up with reports of resistance all around the pylon.
Hey, Jabro.
Hey, bro. Thank you for stopping by, man. Have a good day to you as well.
Drop pods.
I'm good. Damn, I'll just get along. Oh shit, no.
I just watched you die in a fucking suicide bomber. Oh god, that was good. He's just running at you. No! Ludus has fallen.
Not very well, apparently. Ah, you little shit. I don't like this shotgun.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
There's gotta be something better than this damn shotgun.
Boom.
There is, I don't fucking see it. I think this is the right way. Oh! That was equal parts cool and frightening.
Oh, Jesus. There's a turret thingy.
See it? It's you.
Shit, I fell. He fell. Oh.
And this is the part that we're gonna hate.
What?
If I remember right. Trying to figure out where to go with this.
breaking up again. We're almost to the beam.
Alright, so what about this weekend of hate? What the fuck?
They found the opening. We better get up to that relay and fast.
I think it's right after this. We have to, you know how, like, the last mission of all the Halos, you have to drive away while the planet explodes?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's gonna be the next mission.
Oh, God.
Oh shit, that's you.
Power core down. Shield's weak, but still online.
And
Take
those
out the other
fucking
two power
Banshee.
cores and you can access
No, get up, man! No, 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 no! You fucking prick. Oh, he ran me over too. That's just... fuck you. Damn it. Why does it take so long to respawn? Jesus.
Because there are enemies nearby.
Oh, well, that's a brute of shit.
Oh, that sucked.
You might want to eject.
Come on. Kill the asshole Banshee. Oh, the fact that I can't aim that happens.
Yeah, I'm brought back.
Okay. Stop saying right on fucking top of me, you cheesy little bastard.
second power core offline. Good job, Chief.
Boom, bitch. Yeah, boy.
That'll do it. Shield should be down. Get up to that beam.
Oh, cool, another ghost.
I have no idea where to go.
That blew up a Banshee.
I'll catch up to you next year.
I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. Good to you, little bastard. Oh, now what? Where do these Banshees keep fucking coming from?
Not a clue. Your imagination.
Keep fucking me up.
I'm completely out of ammunition. And the damn Banshees are taking pot shots at me for every 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing to me. Dude, bitch.
Wait, where are we supposed to go? Why are we wasting our time killing them?
Fucking just kill me. I'm curious about this. I thought I saw something.
Yeah, if you supercharge it and shoot it at the Banshees, it brings them down.
Hey, give me this. Thank you. I want to talk to you. Are you wondering where we go? The Banshee stopped.
Weekly Warriors.
I got the Banshee stuff.
What? I mean, you got it stuck.
I got it.
That's an accomplishment right there, my friend. I think the weird part is it looks like it. Walking up to it, it looks like it's a part of the scenery.
Reading a faint IFF tag near the planetary core. Do you read?
Planet's core? They know we're here. Infinity, this is UNSC AI Cortana. Do not approach Forerunner planet. Repeat, do not approach...
UNSC asset. Forward unto dawn. We read you, but you're breaking up. Hell, increase speed by 0.7. Get us in there.
Negative, Infinity. Do not enter the planet.
If you can hear us, keep transmitting.
No, Chief, you've got to get that beam down now.
Well, okay then. I thought there was floor there. I was obviously wrong.
Come in, Infinity. The interference is gone, but your suit's transmitter's not strong enough.
Move us up to the relay satellite.
Already done. Go.
Alright, let's keep
Once we're on
moving.
the satellite, there's bound to be a central control point.
The Covenant are moving towards the relay too.
This doesn't make any sense. Why would they care about a broadcast relay?
I'll handle them. You just find us that control node. How soon till Infinity hits the gravity well?
A minute or two max. The Covenant are making a push for something on the far side of the satellite.
Has this all been one mission so far?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Well, no, this is the second mission. I want it. Oh, it just bitch slapped the fuck out of me.
Oh, you died?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not a trick though.
Ooh. You got their sniper rifle equivalent. And it is powerful. Why'd you go over there?
I'm very curious. Does this thing drop any ammo?
I don't think it does.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that made me sad.
Nah, that's alright. Let's set it up here.
Ooh. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, no, that's just the wall. Wait, where are you?
Right behind it.
There you are. What do we get there?
I took that.
Oh. That's a platform, apparently.
Chief, you need to hear this.
We're detecting a slight gravimetric disturbance near the planetary entrance. Suggest altering approach vector 43K-750K-12K.
They're not diverting from the opening. Hurry, Chief.
And it doesn't matter if we hurry or not. I don't think it changes anything.
I don't think it does either. I was picking up ammo.
Hand. Getting handsy.
Infinity, this is Sierra 117 of the UNSC forward unto dawn. Do you copy? Infinity, do you read?
Chief? Chief, let go of the contacts.
Find us an exit.
Don't wait around on my account.
Master Chief is such a simp, says Gorn. Well, he has 6 fingers.
So fades the great harvest of my betrayal. Even these beasts recognize what you were oblivious to, human. Your nobility has blinded you, as ever. The librarian left little to chance, didn't she? Turning my own guardians my own world against me. But what hubris to believe she could protect her pets from me forever. If you haven't mastered even these primitives, then man has not attained the mantle. Your ascendance may yet be prevented. Time was your ally, human. But now it has abandoned you. The Foreigners have returned.
Thank God he put that mask on. He looked ugly as shit.
Is now yours.
Why do villains always do that? They just toss the hero aside. Like, why? Why? Like, why? Every single time. Just kill him. Like, you had him literally at your mercy, and you're like, ah, no, I'll just toss him aside.
Chief, please.
That won't backfire.
We've gotta go.
Take his helmet
That didact, he manipulated
and, like,
Infinity's signal
make
to
it
get us
do,
to
like,
release-
exorcist bullshit with his head still in it.
Get up.
Seriously. I heavily doubt the intelligence of the villains of this of any franchise, really, because they all seem to do this shit.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's the run the fuck away mission.
Oh, joy. And we both did it. At the same time.
Yeah.
Damn every other FPS!
You know what's making me think of it, right? Reach.
Oh yeah, Reach. Oh shit! The grunts! Watch them all die!
I just died.
You died? How?
I was too far back, and now it's putting me in the wrong goddamn direction. It's like, we'll spawn you in the right direction. Oh no, wait, we want to turn you around. I got so far behind you that yeah, but give it us. I got it.
Not to jinx myself, but I'm having no problems so far.
Yeah, fuck you. It's because the scenery is literally collapsing.
Yeah, I get that. That's why you should say, if you see it moving. Oh,
the fuck around.
Not like I can get out and push.
God damn it!
Holy shit!
What?
I'm up to 4.
You're up to what? 4 deaths?
Yes.
Impressive.
It's either 4 or 5.
I'm at 0.
But it's because, like, that last time wasn't even really my fault. It's like, as I was following you to the ceiling, it's like, you know what? Nah, fuck you, man.
You know what? That was easy as fuck. What the hell?
Okay, so here's what I was talking about. This cutscene right here. As close as he is to the edge, and now player 2 comes out.
I can actually picture it. It's like, oh, I'm alive.
That would be hilarious, though. What?
Oh, that would be some fitting of Red versus Blue.
I
think, I'm alive.
I think that would have been something kind of funny for them to put in just for the co-op.
Yeah.
Just like if you do that, just like have Master Chief get thrown off the fucking cliff, which is like, well, at least we respawn.
Control of our ship. We're without power. We're on a collision course with an unidentified Forerunner planet.
Well, communication shouldn't be a problem now.
It's not like we tried to fucking warn you.
Track its descent.
Marking.
Do you need to actually track it? I think you can watch its descent.
I know.
It's like, huh, it's gonna be about here.
You know where he's heading.
Same place we are.
Alright. Alright, let's call it here. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours.
Okay.
Alright. Corn's like, they look so stupid. I'm assuming he's talking about the Forerunners.
Yeah, he said that while we were talking to the guy.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, I agree for the most part. They do look pretty fucking stupid. I'm not happy with their design. To be fair, it's that kind of happens. Seems to happen with the design of any like ancient like origin race for all of the races. Like yesterday when I was streaming StarCraft 2, we were shown the Xel'Naga, and we actually got to see their physical bodies in Legacy of the Void. And I was like, that's it? That's who the Xel'Naga are? That's what they look like? And I was really disappointed because the fucking hybrids look cooler. Like, they look like just giant Cthulhu monsters kind of things. I was like very unimpressed.
I do think that's one of the things they would have been better off keeping hidden.
The thing is, it's just inherently disappointing. Like, you need to really pull off something like, this is the race that created all other races. It's like, well, can you come up with a cool design? I mean, come on. The Catan and their design in 40K, like that, to me, matches up. Like, the shards, for me, match up like this godlike being shoved in a physical form. Like, I think the Catan shards look satisfactory for what that is. Like, I think that looks at least cool. With the Xel'Naga and now the Forerunners here, it's very unimpressive. It's very unimpressive. It doesn't just, for me, it just doesn't match up. They look like humans who have flattened noses and are for some reason given weird fangs. And really, like, dopey eyes. Yeah, Corn prefers myth to an ugly ancient race. Yeah. If you can't come up with a design that's imposing, that looks intimidating, but also doesn't look intimidating to the point where you have to make them look ugly. Like, and the thing is, it's not like they're ugly in the same way like the Predator race or the Elites in this franchise. You know, they're ugly to an extent, but they're still intimidating, they're still imposing. But with their race, they again, they don't even look that cool. It's off. Kind of, just again, kind of fugly. Sometimes you don't need an answer. I agree.
Oh, you're gonna love this. So the Game of the Year, the 2020 Game of the Year nominees have been announced.
Oh God.
Animal Crossing.
Oh my God, I'm already disappointed if that's on the list.
There are two on this list that shouldn't be on here. That's one of them. Doom Eternal, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Hades, which I don't know anything about, so
I can't comment on that one either.
You know what the last one is.
I really don't.
Yes, you do.
I do.
Yes, you do.
Speak it.
The Last of Us Part 2.
Fuck you! If that wins, I'm gonna be so pissed. It's just a joke. Game of the Year award is already a bit of a joke, but you cannot give that the win. The fact that it's nominated is an insult to all the other games on that fucking list, even Animal Crossing.
I'll say this. I don't think Final Fantasy VII Remake should get it either.
It's a remake.
Okay, I'll put it this way. I really love the Final Fantasy series.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but my point is if it does win, it's based off of... Yeah, I know they changed the design and how the game plays. It's still essentially just... It's built off of the template of a game made decades ago. So if that... The fact... I don't necessarily disagree with its nomination, but I think on that aspect alone, it shouldn't win.
Well, so my complaint about it is it didn't and I don't think there was any way for it to, quite frankly, but it didn't live up to expectation. And what expectations were reasonable, it still didn't live up to. So, I mean, it's not me trying to be hard on it. I mean, in all fairness, I probably will be one of the more critical people of it because I have played Final Fantasy VII, the original, since it came out. So I do have a deep love for that game. It's just one of those things where I probably will be more critical of it, and I'll be one of the ones to say that, like, the ones, honestly, I'd probably give it to Ghost of Tsushima.
Let me just double check one thing before I comment.
Either that or Doom Eternal. Hades I know nothing about, so I have no opinion.
I've heard a lot of good things about it. I probably should play it at some point, but
I know
it's a roguelite. I know that much.
I know Doom Eternal did well, and Ghost of Tsushima was supposed to be something similar to Sekiro, if I remember.
I guess Ghost of Tsushima is the game I'm thinking of. Okay. I was like, before I comment, I should probably double check it's the game I'm thinking of. So yeah, I'd say Ghost of Tsushima should win it based off of reputation alone. I mean, I've seen other people play it. I haven't played it myself, to be fair. But it's either that or Doom Eternal, I'd say. Again, not having played Hades. I have played Doom Eternal. I've paid attention to reviews and watched other people play Ghost of Tsushima. It seems to be a lot of fun. So, I'd say based off of what I know of the rest of the games, I'd say one of those two, personally. Out of those two, I'd probably give it to Doom Eternal, but that's more based on I played it, so.
Right, and I haven't played any of them. I've just watched people play them. In my Final Fantasy VII knowledge is just based off what I've heard about it. I haven't seen anyone play it. I am intentionally doing that.
I haven't. I have watched some people play it. It seems like it's fairly fun. It's got issues here and there. Different people playing it. Depends on also who's playing it. If someone's playing it and they've never played the previous game, they seem to like it a lot more. People who played the old Final Fantasy VII, they don't hate it, but it's different in a way that they're not necessarily happy with.
Right. No, I get it's kind of like it just doesn't live up to the expectations of what people have been wanting.
Yeah.
I will say, between what I've seen of Ghost of Tsushima and Doom Eternal, I will probably give it to Ghost of Tsushima, because out of what I've seen about it, there tends to be more positive about that, and it is a more, I wouldn't say complex game, but it's a game that's more tactical, at least, than Doom Eternal, because Doom Eternal is rage, 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 shoot, 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 rage, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot.
Yeah, but it's a satisfying gameplay loop. And when we look at games, though, I'd say the story is important and should be a factor. But the most important factor, and I stand by this with any video game, is always 100% the gameplay. The story could be utter shit, but if the gameplay is shit, it's over. If the story is shit, but the gameplay loop is great, who gives a shit? Like, other people play, for example, Warframe. That's a really popular game. It's constantly in Steam's top 10, despite the fact that it's really haven't had any major updates in years, but it's got a satisfying gameplay loop. The thing is, even, and the story, there are plenty of people who still haven't done the story missions for that game. And even if you do them, they're not very cohesive, they're not very explicit on what the story they're trying to tell. It's all very abstract. So a lot of the people who play that game, there's no story element at all, but they're completely satisfied with the gameplay loop. Look at Call of Duty. Modern Warfare has a story, you play through it, but you kind of breeze through it, and then the multiplayer is what keeps it alive, though. You know, with Warzone, and with Deathmatch, and all the other normal game modes. That game is kept alive because it's got a satisfying gameplay loop with the multiplayer. So games, I think the most important element should always be the fucking game. Bar none. The game should be looked at from a gameplay perspective. The story is a bonus. It enhances the game. If you got an amazing gameplay loop with an amazing story, that should win, hands down. But if it comes down to there are no games with great stories, but there are games with great gameplay, you need to focus on the gameplay. I'm not saying the story shouldn't be factored in at all. It should always be factored in. Because if it's a shit game with a shit story, it's just utter garbage.
And so my counter to this would actually be another Mass Effect hot take.
I'm not a big fan of Mass Effect like you are, so.
Oh no, this will be one where you'll even be like, "What the fuck?" Trust me, it will be. One of the reasons why I actually don't like, but I don't really hate Mass Effect Andromeda is because I like the crafting system. And that's part of the gameplay, because you use the crafting to create better weapons, make the game a little bit easier. I think that system actually does help the game out a little. So I get what you're saying about gameplay mechanics, but I think that between Ghost of Tsushima and Doom Eternal, I think Ghost of Tsushima would still have better gameplay mechanics, because Doom Eternal is kind of rinse and repeat the entire game. And Carneth Corn points out it has a good flow, but it kind of overstays its welcome. And I kind of get that, because if it's just the same thing for that long, I could understand it being a little bit draining. Whereas from what I've seen, Ghost of Tsushima really doesn't do that.
Having not played Ghost of Tsushima, I can't comment on its gameplay loop. I'm basing on what I've actually experienced. And I think the gameplay loop of Doom Eternal is satisfying. If I had an opportunity to play Ghost of Tsushima and try out that gameplay loop, I might completely change my tone. But the thing is, I can't speculate on the gameplay loop of a game I haven't played. Like, that's the one thing you can't really comment on. Like, you can observe other people playing it, but there's a massive difference between watching other people playing a game and then playing it yourself. And the one thing that's lost on somebody who's watching a game be played is the feeling of the gameplay loop. Like, yeah, you're getting it by proxy, but you're not actually feeling the play flow. It feels more like you're observing a movie. So you don't know how the controls feel in these moments. You don't know how it feels to go through these certain gameplay missions or objectives. So without having experienced that, I have to base my gameplay take on which should win on what I played, and that comes down to Doom Eternal. If I had the opportunity to play Ghost of Tsushima, I'd play it, but I just simply don't have the don't have the game, so I can't comment.
Carneth Corn said Ghost of Tsushima has its problems, but it's more about it getting very easy if you get the combat. And I mean, and that, I guess you could say that for. So from what I understand, it's very Souls-esque. Kind of like Sekiro, Dark Souls, and what was the other? Demon Souls, I think. And now I played Dark Souls. I haven't fucking beaten it. I have no interest in playing it. It's just
Dark Souls 1 or which Dark Souls?
1.
Oh, okay.
I played 1 and I think 3, and I have no interest in the games at all.
I love those games. I just suck at them.
If I wanted to have that much pain inflicted on me, I would put my own balls in a vice. But no. So, but from what
you're a sadomasochist. I'm surprised you're not a huge fan of the Souls series.
I'm not, because when I do play games, I play them to unwind and for enjoyment. So I usually play slower games. We talked about this a little bit last night. Civilization, Total War, Warhammer.
I play for a variety of experiences. Like, it depends on my mood. Like, if I'm in an unwind mood, I'll play something more like casual, more passively.
Yeah.
Like, I recently quit World of Warcraft altogether. But I would play. I bailed. I think I'm solidly done with it now. But I would have played that as a casual game. Warframe, I'm pretty, like, watching me play, you would think like I'm hyper focused, but to be frank, my brain's actually completely elsewhere. It's all reflexes.
I will say this: WoW is actually becoming really good for a casual player. So, and I know we've talked about this before, where there are certain expansions we like versus ones we dislike. They've made it to where you can play the expansions, I believe, up to like level 40, level 50. So that actually, for someone like me who hates Cataclysm, I never have to play Cataclysm content again. So it helps with that. I think that is a smart decision. I just think I think some of the things they're doing to streamline it aren't.
For me, it's a little too late. Like,
yeah.
I've been playing World of Warcraft pretty regularly. The longest gap I took was when Cataclysm dropped. Like, I quit, my guild fell apart, I bailed. But I came back for Warlords of Draenor, and despite how horrible that was, I stayed. So, I've been playing it so much. It was the second game I ever played next to Warcraft 3. I've been playing it since I was fucking 7. So, for me, I think I'm just burnt out. Like, Shadowlands could be the best expansion, period.
Oh, it won't be.
A, I don't think it will be. B, I'm just burnt out on World of Warcraft. Like, I think this is the first time I'd say I genuinely feel like I'm done. I have no desire to play it. Like, even the thing is, just the day that I decided to quit altogether was about, I want to say, half a month ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago. I was sitting there looking at just some games I wanted to play after a stream, because I streamed one game. I didn't want to play the same game after I streamed it, so I was just looking at a list of games, of the casual games I usually play: Warframe, Total War, Warhammer 2, a few other RTSs, the Dawn of War game, the original. I was just looking at a list of games, and on that list was World of Warcraft, and usually I would always select that without hesitation, but I looked at it and sighed. And I was just like, I would rather pick anything else on this list but that. Like,
so for me, I really have two moods when I play games. It's either I'm literally doing it to record, and I go into it with like, okay, so what can I do? How can I make this at least funny or entertaining in some way? And then the second one is just literally to relax and burn time. And when I play games for YouTube, I already know what games I'm going to play. For right now, it's Metro Exodus, Total War, Warhammer 2, Mass Effect 3, and Inquisitor Martyr. But the games I play in my downtime tend to be Fallout. Right now, it's Fallout 4, WoW, or Total War, Warhammer 2. And I actually just started playing RimWorld again. So, but they're usually like those really long-ended games that you can, at least in the case of RimWorld, I can sit there and just throw it on and just like, hey, you fuckers do this. I'm going to go do something else while you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, because the thing is, now I'm also, like, on my free time, I find myself assembling minis or painting them pretty often now. I want to game a little bit more this coming winter, which I know is weird. Winter is when most people are stuck inside anyway, so you're like, oh, this would be a perfect time to paint the minis you've already primed. But to be frank, I want to get back into gaming more, because I've been steadily sifting myself out of it. Because when I was working for the Navy, I had no time to play casually. Like, none. Because I would come home from working a shift at the yard, designing the ship, and then I'd come home, and I wouldn't want to even look at a computer. Because that's what I've been staring at most of the day.
Right.
Emails, messages from the lieutenant, reading my next assignment, which new foundation needs to be shifted, what new bulkhead someone fucked up because they blamed the design, so now I have to explain to them how they can't fucking read. Like, I just didn't want to look at a computer. So I'd come home and I'd assemble some minis, I don't know, I'd draw, I'd write, I'd put something on the computer to play in the background, but I wouldn't even look at it. Like, I'd just turn on a podcast, listen to it, and just do other things. And when I left the yard and started doing YouTube, as much as I am now, it shifted at first to more gaming, because I was like, okay, now I want to be on the computer more for something positive, like I want to play games. But I found that I've kind of sifted, I've still, some of that leftover irritation and like frustration at looking at the computer, looking at emails, looking at that stuff is still kind of there. So I still don't want to sit in the computer just staring at the screen playing a game for 6 hours. I want to play, but at the same time, like, I still have that like irritation and frustration left over. So I'm still trying to not force myself, but I'm trying to get myself to play again, to actually stop looking at it like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And for me, I think it really is because I do, like you said, I stare at a computer all day because if I'm not researching, I'm recording, and that's interesting some days. Because OBS always wants to work.
No, it doesn't.
So there are times when, like, I don't really know what I want to play. And I'll just sit there and I'll literally just look at the computer screen for like 2 hours and look at a blank screen and be like, I don't know what I want to play. I want to play something because I want to play something. I don't.
1 second, someone's knocking on my door.
And this is how Asmo died.
Okay. Alright. Sorry about that.
Okay. But, yeah, so I mean, like, and for me, I play a bunch of different games, and it, again, kind of depends on what mood I'm in. I'll either play something like a first-person S game, maybe Halo, maybe Fallout, something like that. There's StarCraft, Warcraft, Dawn of War, something like that.
Yeah.
And then there are other times I'll just play something like Total War or RimWorld and just be like, you do your thing.
Well, before we fully end it, because it looks like people are bailing on the stream anyway right now. The viewer number just dropped significantly. I suppose we were boring them. So we'll wrap it up. I'll just read the last couple it's not super chats, normal chats. I can never get myself to actually finish DS2. It feels like such a crone, or such, sorry, how did I read crone? Chore. Such a chore. Okay. Yeah, I get you. Warframe is so good. I love Warframe. Now, the thing is, how long have you been playing? Because that's, the thing is, I have over 700, 800 hours put into it. And the thing is, Warframe, from my take, is it's a really great game to play for the first 200 to 300 hours. The first 10 hours is going to be the hardest. But after that, it's going to steadily get easier. You're going to get used to the gameplay loop and the gameplay flow. You're going to have fun the entire time. The loot grind is going to be fun. But once you hit the 200 to 300 hour mark, I would say, once you've mastery ranked up to that point, once you've done the story-esque missions to that point, you're going to start to lose your desire to play as regularly as you do. You know, you're not going to want to log in every day. You're not going to want to, you won't feel the need to play constantly, because once you hit that benchmark, you start to hit what I call the veteran sloth, because you've played this gameplay loop continually up to this point. By that 200, 300 hour mark, you should have breezed through most of the planets. You should have collected a very wide variety of warframes, modded them out, and found a build you like, and watched constantly as playing each warframe is, and for some people, they just pick a favorite frame and they don't really care about the others. Some people want to play a variety of them. They want to play a variety of frames. But the reality of it is, once you've played so much of it, you really just lose your desire to play Warframe altogether. Now, my thing is Warframe is a great game after that 300 hour mark to come back to. It's a game you shouldn't play, like, you shouldn't feel the need to play every single day after that point. Like,
right.
It's a game I would come back to. It's a great game. It's still a good game. It's got good developers who care about it. But the problem is there's really nothing to do once you hit that veteran status. Like, once you've played through all the core game, it's a great game for new players. But once you've hit that 300 hour mark, you will struggle to find anything that truly draws you to play all the time. So I would say it's a game that when you want to feel that power fantasy, when you want to have that mobility, when you want to have play those frames and just slaughter the enemy on different missions, come back to it. And you might play for an odd 10, 12 hours, and then you won't come back to the game for another month, 2 months, 3 months, then you come back to it again. For me, that's how I look at it. Is it's a great game to come back to, but not a game to stay. That's my take on Warframe. I take very large hiatuses from it, and I come back and I don't feel like I missed anything. Because the truth is, you really don't. Because they don't really do any... I would say some people who say that the developers don't care about veteran players isn't true. I think they do care about veteran players. The problem is the devs have the wrong mindset when it comes to additional content. Like, DE seem to really think they want to make the new player experience, to get new players in, is most important. So they create Plains of Eidolon, easily accessible to, like, a brand new rank 1 player. Or they made the other open world. Don't even remember its name now. Fortuna. That's available if you're, like, rank 5. Again, brand new player can play it. What's new that's for veteran players? That only veteran players can play. When you have a high mastery rank, what's that end game for a really powerful player? Repeating the index over and over and over again till you have about 10 billion credits that you'll never spend. Grinding out void relics to sell for premium currency on the trade store. Repeating the same missions you've already done again and again and again with a different frame just for the hell of it. Like, there's nothing at endgame special for players for Warframe. Like, there's really nothing at the end of the tunnel. It's a dead end, and they're so focused at making the entrance of the tunnel look all decorative and inviting, and to make that little middle section of walking through it feel adventurous and like you're getting a lot of sights. But once you get to the end of it, nothing. That's the best way to look at it. Is Warframe is not for players for any kind of endgame experience, unfortunately. So I'd say, you know, if you're really into Warframe, don't let my words ruin it for you. The journey is definitely worth it. It's fun. It's something really worth it to go back to. Just know there's really nothing at the end of the tunnel right now. Hopefully they'll get to it at some point, but they're still rather obsessed with making that new player experience perfect, as opposed to giving something to those of us who've already gone through that. Hopefully they'll fix it up one day, but they haven't. WoW had its peak in BC in Wrath of the Lich King. I'd agree. I'd say most people would say BC is the peak. Personally, I thought the peak was Wrath of the Lich King. That was my take. I thought the peak was Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, it's when it introduced a lot of mechanics that would later tear everything down, but when they were introduced, I don't think there was much of a problem at that point. They became a problem, but not immediately. It was a downward trend. There are some games you can always play. I play Age of Empires since the release of the very first one. Well, yeah, I'd say that's the same notion I have for Warcraft 3. The original, not Reforged. Warcraft 3 was always a game I could play again and again and again. And I'd stop playing for a little bit, play something else, and then come back to it and play it again and again and again. There are certain games that never 100% lose their charm. I would say Warframe is one of those. To circle back to that a little bit, it's one of those, but the difference is I would find with Warframe is you do burn out on it. Because it's a game that decorates itself like one that you need to play all the time. It even has daily, the daily login rewards. Warcraft 3 and old RTSs like that don't hide their design like that. Like, they don't hide their nature like that. They don't say, hey, log in every day, you get a special reward. No, there's this set campaign with a beginning, middle, and end. There's these online arcade modes that have a very straightforward design. Play them until you get bored, and then leave, and then come back when you want to play again. That's what I'd say for games like, Warcraft 3, Age of Empires, things like that. Those are games that have a set design that you're not gonna, there's nothing complex about it. Nothing to try and force you to stay there and play it again and again and again. It's got its set beginning and middle end. Once you're satisfied with that, you leave, and then you want to re-experience it, come back.
Right. And I think, and now I'll say this, that's kind of a hard one to pin down because that is going to be different for everyone.
Yeah. Mustafa Ahmed, beautifully said, Azragan. Well, I'm glad I could beautifully phrase something. I'm really bad at that. That's almost the same reason why I stopped WoW. Just instead of the tunnel being a dead end, it's just ends in another tunnel with a higher number. I think I get the visual there. Yeah, I'd say that's the major difference between, I think, WoW and Warframe, is Warframe still has that fun middle, that fun, you know, journey in the middle. But with WoW, that middle has become degraded. Like,
Yeah.
it's decayed. It hasn't been maintained. Warframe is constantly maintaining the entrance and the journey. It's just not adding at all to the end. With WoW, the entrance is still relatively decorated, but, you know, they do things to make it still look intimidating. The middle, they just completely let decay and fall apart. And they do, like, the rare thing like they did recently with allowing you to level which through whatever expansion you want to in preparation for Shadowlands. But, that, again, for a lot of people, including me, it's a little too late. But that they do little things like that to try and spruce it up, but it's still just this little decayed journey. There's you just kind of want to get through it. And then
I was gonna say I do get that, but I think at least it's showing that it's a step in the right direction, or at least I think it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, but for me, you know, they just took too long taking that step. Like, and I feel like it was like pulling teeth to get them to make the right moves in those regards. Like, the community, the thing is, it's not just like, oh, a single community member came forward and spoke on behalf of the rest of us and they immediately listened. Look how long it took them to implement classic servers. The community almost fucking rebelled. They had to deal with a slew of private servers that weren't making any money, by the way. Like Nestarius. They had to fucking nuke those, and the community basically threatened to completely bail on them. They were losing subscribers en masse, and people were screaming at them to add those. And the expansion, people were expecting them to add it, which was Legion. They didn't, so most people were like, fuck it, they're never going to do it. Finally, they add it. But it was like pulling teeth. And and being able to play through expansions you want to play through. People have been asking for that pretty much since Cataclysm. Like, hey, is there a way we can play the old way, or playing any previous expansion we want to? And they said no. Same along with the classic servers. It was like pulling teeth, and finally they implement it. Finally, and in my opinion, they're almost 15 plus years too late.
Well, so here's my counter to that. Then why do people still hate Fallout 76?
I have no idea how that relates.
Okay, so Fallout 76 was a mess on launch. They fixed a lot of the problems that the community said they wanted fixed. There's still some. I'm not going to lie, it's not a perfect game. But they fixed a lot of the problems in about a year and a half since launch. And people still hate on that game.
Yeah, because it fucked up on launch.
They still fixed it in a year and a half.
Yeah, but they fucked up. The thing is, they fucked up so bad at this is where it's completely different. At least WoW was good at one point, and then went bad. Fallout 76 started out utter shit,
and then
complete garbage. Yeah, it fixed it where no one was around to see the fixes, except for the really overly loyal people. Everybody else bailed. And they won't give it a second chance because of how bad it fucked up. They're completely different circumstances. I don't see that as a counter to my point at all.
Well, here's how. If they're willing to fix it, and this is me personally, if they're willing to fix it, if they're willing to do what the community wants, the community should be willing to give them a chance, not bitch about it more. Like, too little, too late. Like, I get it in some instances, like with WoW. But I still think they deserve the chance to say, hey, you know, we fucked up, here's how we're fixing it.
Well, again, they fucked up so royally, people don't want to give them that chance. Sometimes when you fuck up that badly, there's no way to repair that bridge. Like, when you nuke the bridge from the get-go, and people don't want to try and cross it when you build a new one. Even if you build it nice and pretty with nice little, like, really decorative stonework and shit, and just put a giant sign saying, pass over for free. People remember you nuked it while they were on it. People don't want to give a second chance in those circumstances. At least with WoW, they never nuked the bridge. The gameplay has always been at least functional for the most part. It's just been unsatisfying.
I would debate that one.
I'd say it's been mostly functional. There's been certain expansions where they've added like specific things that didn't work, but there's never been this, except for alpha and betas, there's never been such a technical glitch that's been completely unrepairable. Not to anything that Stand Fallout 76 was.
Late, I can't remember if it was specifically Late Wrath or when Cata first released, or if it was like mid Cata. I think it was mid Cata when they reworked the talent system, and then when they fucking did it again, I believe in Legion, that made the game damn near unplayable. It was doable, but it was a bitch to do.
Yeah, but that was more of a design flaw, not a technical glitch. Design flaws can easily be fixed.
I would rather have a glitch than a design flaw.
I would rather have a design flaw because a design flaw is easier to fix and quicker to fix. A glitch is a fundamental programming error that they need to go in and fucking do a patch to fix.
But here's the why. The glitch is usually something unintentional. The design flaw is something they actually fucking did.
Yeah, but you can say that's stupidity.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the thing of I would prefer the glitch and them try and fix the glitch than have the design flaw that they intentionally put in there.
Well, I look at it like this: a glitch, a technical programming error, is a foundational problem. A design flaw when it comes to the talent tree is an aesthetic flaw. One's on the surface, one's at the core. I would say that the glitch is a bigger issue because it's at the core. It's a foundational aspect of the game. Now, the design flaw of the talent tree, that's significant, but it's an aesthetic thing. It's at the surface, and you can easily clean it, fix it.
You can, but they choose not to.
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
But and when they first redid them, though, they were so unbalanced, it wasn't fun. And that's a lot of what the problem is that something they intentionally did. This is, again, why I say I would almost prefer glitch, is because that it's unintentional. When they intentionally fuck with something that doesn't need to be fucked with, that's when it's like, okay, why? Like, for instance, when I believe the first things they did, and they ended up fixing this, I don't remember they did it in Cata, was they ended up changing the Death Knight specs, where originally Frost was the tank. And then they ended up changing it to Blood being the tank. And when they first did that, it was so garbage. Both of them were garbage. It was so bad. They took the only hero class they had at the time, which was actually really good and a bit OP. And then they fucking just shot all over it. And that was an intentional thing. They're like, we'll do this and it'll make sense.
Yeah, but from the comparison standpoint, though, one is intentional, but it's an argument of, okay, we the players don't agree that this is a good design flaw. They were arguing it was. It's basically the argument of, is this makeup look cute? Does my makeup look cute? And everyone else is like, no, you look butt ugly. And they're like, no, we think it looks good. And then finally they eventually had to admit, oh fuck, gotta fix it. With a glitch, it's like having your nose chopped off. And then everybody else points out maybe you should get some plastic surgery or something, get that fixed. And they try to, but they can't afford it. Again, one's a fundamental issue that's there from the get-go, and it's a major problem. One can be wiped off and easily fixed. The other requires a lot more complex things to go down to fix it.
And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, according to the Corner Murder Skit, when was the last time either one of you two played 76?
What are their comments?
Out of sheer curiosity.
Fallout 76 is still a mess with way too much MTX. Microtransactions? They definitely
No,
got
the
money.
microtransactions are fucking cosmetics. It's not pay to win. You can't.
Does that mean they stopped?
Microtransactions
Okay,
as
so
an
does that mean they stopped with the fridge thing? I knew that was a problem.
The what? The fridge? What?
Yeah, they were like selling a fridge on the store.
No, they still are, but you can get one in game. It's literally just only things in the Atom Store are cosmetics. So if you want to complain about the microtransactions, you literally complain about buying cosmetics, and that's your own damn dumbass.
Don't they also have that private server thing where you have to be a subscriber?
Now, the way that works is when you're a subscriber, you get access to a private server. You get a special armor. You get
and that armor has no special stats. It's cosmetic.
It is cosmetic. The only thing special about it is I believe the helmet protects you from airborne. Yeah, but you can also they sell repair packs so you can repair your shit. So that's again not paid to win. That's just them letting you buy a utility item that can be.
Yeah,
used.
but then that throws out your argument that it's not just cosmetics though. That is gameplay changing.
Not realistically, because that's something you can do in game as well.
Yeah, but you can buy it as a convenience to avoid that inconvenience.
And
that other players have to.
But you're not being forced to do it, is the thing. If you want to buy the repair packs, yeah, sure, go right the hell on for it. That's, again, your choice. It really doesn't make a big change in the gameplay because it's something you can do. And yes, Murder Skit, the private servers are private. You know, and the reason I know this is because I had one.
You were a subscriber?
I did, yes.
Oh my god.
No, seriously. This is why I say when people call it utter garbage or talk shit about it, like, okay, when's the last time you played it?
Okay, well, to be fair, you're biased.
No, I'm not. I have the experience. I don't think it's a good game. I don't think it's a bad game either. It goes somewhere in the middle for me. I don't expect it to be something it's not. I do also think it has improved since launch. And I think the people that want to bitch about it have a skewed view of it because of the launch. They're not willing to give it a chance.
Yeah, but
want to bitch about it.
Yeah, but you're also it feels like you're completely disregarding the launch and how bad that was.
Yes, because they made it better.
Yeah, but you can't murder a child and then back up and say, "Oh, here's another child."
They didn't murder a child, though. They did.
No, they just doxed a bunch of people. They sold them false merchandise. They basically false advertised. Like, the launch was that bad.
The whole launch thing with the bags bullshit, yeah, that was dumb. That wasn't the game, that was the company.
They're intrinsically linked.
No, the game is not the company. The game is the game.
But it's made by the company.
Okay, fine. By your argument, no one should play Fallout 4 anymore. No one
I don't play those games.
But no, I'm saying by your argument that automatically kills all Bethesda games. Skyrim.
It definitely kills their live service ones. I mean, it shows that they're untrustworthy. They can't be trusted with a game that's constantly got a live service attached to it, like a microtransaction store.
ESO's been running much longer than 76, and it's more stable.
I think ESO is kind of garbage in certain ways.
I mean, I don't like it, but comparing the two, ESO is the better game. Objectively speaking. And again, Murderous Kitten, it's not 100 years in the future. They literally fixed a lot of their shit in 6 months. And the year and a half it's been up, they actually made it a pretty not bad game. And I know that's not the best endorsement of it, but it's not a bad game. And you can sit there and say it is, but when all you want to say is, well, it was bad on launch, okay, play it fucking now.
They don't want to because of how bad launch was.
Tell me it's the same game now that it was on launch.
I can't. I don't play it now.
Exactly.
But I'll never play it because of launch.
Then you don't really get the right to say it's a bullshit game.
Oh, I don't say it is. Game. It was. I always phrase it like that. I do anyway.
But no, like the people that do say it's shit but don't play it. They have no right to say it's a shit game.
Well, no, I don't. I agree to an extent. Like if you haven't played a game, any game, since a certain point, You can't say it is a bad game. You can say it was. That's how I always look at it. That's why when I talk about Fallout 76, I say it was an absolute shit game, or I refer to the launch and I say the launch was a complete disgrace, which it was for a AAA game to launch in that state, in that regard, with that many utter and complete terrible decisions, both from a business standpoint, a game standpoint, all of it across the board. For me, I will never play the game. Ever. I will never say it is a garbage game. It was so bad, though, at launch, I'll never give it a chance. It's a game I don't think deserves one, because when you launch a game like that, a message needs to be sent to the company. The message being, you cannot do this shit. You cannot release a game in this state and expect people to forgive you. I don't think you deserve forgiveness.
That's not true at all.
I don't think you deserve forgiveness to launch a game like that. I think a message needs to be sent that, because it's a trend. Game developers, AAA game developers, are releasing games in a state that's virtually unplayable so they can patch it into a playable state later. That should not be how it works. Can you imagine what Warcraft 3 would have been like back in the day if it had launched in an utter garbage state, and then, we'll patch it later? Yeah, that's not something that should happen. A game should release in a functioning, playable, fun state. If it's not ready, don't release it. Delay it, but don't fucking release it as an utter piece of garbage game. I will never give Fallout 76 a chance. I will never advocate people to play it because of that launch.
And real quick, I want to address these 4 comments right here at the bottom. Poor people have it rough in 76. Rich kids just buy everything, get powerful stuff early on, while poor kids just grind. No, that's absolutely not fucking true, my room. You cannot pay to win. Secondly, I'm going to go with Carnith Coins first. I already talked about the premium armor set because you get it with the Fallout first. The armor itself gives no bonuses. All it is it's not really armor. It's an outfit that goes over your armor and provides no bonuses.
How does that work, by the way? Is there, when you equip armor, is there like a cosmetic slot?
So think about it as there's 3. Look at it this way. You have your character and you have 3 layers. Okay, you have an under layer which you can wear something like a vault suit. Your middle layer, which is where you wear your armor, and then you have an outer layer which you wear an outfit which covers everything. It will cover up the armor, but it will only show the outfit. So, like,
all right, and the outfit has no stats, right? It just has
stats.
Okay, does it have a value? Like, can you sell it?
No.
Okay.
And the only thing that does have stats is the helmet, and the only stat it has is that it prevents you from getting airborne disease. And that's it. And I'm kind of cool with that because that's more of a utility thing. Because it is it doesn't have like a full-on rebreather on it, but it does have the mask on it. So I'm cool with that being put in, because that does kind of fit. And Murderous Kitten said, it is not a bad game now. I don't care. I will not care to try it again because I don't appreciate being screwed with the bait and switch. That's fine. Don't say it's a bad game now because you have no experience with the game now. You can't say it's a shit game now, like Asmo said. You can say it was a bad game.
Yeah, that's the wording I would use. Like, if you haven't played a game in a long time, and you had a bad experience, and you're referring to that, say was. It's just out of a basic logical.
Carnith Corn, literally, being protected from airborne diseases is not a player fucking advantage. If you want to argue semantics, fine, it's a fucking advantage. All it does is protect you from airborne disease. If you're going to get all pissy and bent out of shape because you get protected from airborne diseases from something that you have to pay $15 a month for, get access to a private server that is private, that apparently I'm the only one that knows about.
Can you wear the cosmetic only in the private server? Or can you also wear it in public servers?
I think you can wear it in public servers too, but I'm not sure. But again, the only advantage you get is it protects you from airborne diseases.
Wouldn't that be in a scenario? Wouldn't that be useful in a scenario though? Like if you're being hunted by like gankers, and then there's an area where there's a lot of toxins, and then you lead them into it, and then you're protected and they're not.
No, not really.
Okay, so that wouldn't be an advantage.
So when you get a disease, let's talk about one of the main ones I can think of is like tapeworms. Once you get it, you have it for a specific amount of time until either it goes away or you take a disease cure or something like that. Now, a way to prevent that is let's actually take away the fact that you have the stupid fucking helmet for a second, because I am getting a little bit twisted that the fact that you said utility is an advantage.
It can be in certain circumstances.
So let's take the fucking helmet out of the equation. In the very beginning of the game, they give you access to gas masks. They have access to...
The other important thing to establish, though, is what's the percentage of protection on the mask? It's not absolute, is it?
Against airborne diseases or armor-wise?
Airborne diseases. It's not like 100% protection.
No, so if you wear a gas mask, a fireman's helmet with a gas mask, or the NCR Ranger's helmet, it is 100% protection against environmental airborne diseases.
Okay, so all of them across the board are 100%.
Yes.
Okay, so it's as useful as a gas mask you get at the start of a game.
Exactly.
So it's more of a cosmetic than it is a utility.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, so that factored in...
Corn, yes. When they first released private servers, because they have no experience with private servers, there were problems with it. They fixed that. And no, in my reign, tapeworm is not an airborne disease. It's just one of the diseases in the game. When you do get a disease in Fallout 76, it's randomly pulled from the pool.
Flying tapeworms. That's
and
terrifying.
So now it's just bullshit of like, well, it's an advantage that you can easily get within the first 20 minutes of the game. So if you want to call that being an advantage, that's something that you're paying for, and it's a helmet that is actually, lore-wise, supposed to protect from airborne contaminants, then yes, I guess it's a fucking advantage.
I would call it an advantage if an equivalent weren't easily accessible. But if gas masks, which you said you get at the very start of the game,
yeah, within the first 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, if you get a gas mask that early on that has the equal utility usage, then I would probably take that down as an advantage. I wouldn't call it an advantage.
Exactly.
But if you didn't, but in the circumstance where I would call it an advantage, just to give the other example, would be if you couldn't get a gas mask until like 3-6 or so hours into the game, but you could start replaced, then I wouldn't call it an advantage.
No. And again, the outfit is not armor, it's just an actual outfit that fits over your armor. So you wear your armor underneath them.
Okay.
And it is all just cosmetic.
Okay.
And as much as people want to debate this, if you really want to know if y'all really want to know that, oh, hey, maybe he knows what he's talking about, how about fucking playing such answer shit game?
No, I'm good. I will continue to not give them an ounce of my money.
And you can call shit on Carnage. You can call bullshit on the scrap and repair packs. How do you get Adam, by the way? There are 2 ways to get it. If you really want to, you can buy it. But do you know how easy it is to farm Adam in the game?
I have no idea.
Well, no, this was directed at Carneth Corn. This is because he's kind of pissing me off.
He does do that.
You can call bullshit on it all you want, but well, then don't fucking farm it. That's your choice. If you don't want to farm something that's that easy to farm.
The closest equivalent I could think of is in Warframe. You can. A lot of people make the same complaint to throw you an olive branch. A lot of people say the same complaint in Warframe, like, oh, they have microtransactions. It's a free game, but that being said, it's like, microtransactions. It's like, yeah, but they're all cosmetic, for one. Mm-hmm. But that being said, like in your case with Fallout 76, you can farm the premium currency in the game. The way to do that is a little more complex than I'm imagining it is in Fallout 76, because you have to farm what's called Void Relics in Warframe, and they unlock what's called primed gear. Prime gear, you make prime weapons, prime warframes. It's how you basically earn like the best gear. Keep in mind the gear only has slightly better stats than its normal equivalent. But that being said, you have to grind your ass off for them. But you can, if you do grind those a lot and you already have that stuff and you're just grinding the gear, you can sell the gear on the player trade store and you can just auction it. You can say, hey, want to sell WTS, and then you like link the product that people might need to build their own thing and they're just missing that one object. And then you can sell it for a certain amount of platinum, which is the premium currency. People will then give you the platinum and you give them the item. It's all player to player though. It
doesn't work that way in Fallout 76.
Yeah, I imagined it was less. I imagine it's less complex.
Yeah. Before I go into that, okay. So, Carneth the Corn. While I'm going into this discussion, I want you to explain to me which Rykart transaction is absolutely necessary in Fallout 76 that you have to have. So the way Adam works in 76 Asmo is you can get it one of two ways. You can get it either through farming in the game, and by farming I mean as you do basic bare bones bullshit in the game, like leveling, lock picking, shit, stupid shit that you're going to do anyway. You can unlock Adam, or you can buy it.
All right.
And with the exception, I will say this, with the exception of the scrap pack and the repair packs, because they do provide a little bit of utility. But again, it's shit you can do in game, so not really going to get that far with an argument with me, because it doesn't give you an outlandish amount of scrap. It's something that I could probably get in about 30 minutes if I really put my heart and soul into it, which I probably will never do.
Out of curiosity though, like how much can you buy in bulk? Like, does the store have like a bulk limit?
I think it's like 5 at a time.
Okay, so you can only buy 5 things at a time. That's good.
Now,
if it didn't have a limit, there would be a problem.
Don't hold me to that because it has been a couple months since I played it.
Okay.
So I don't really remember off the top of my head, but I want to think the max was something like 5.
Okay.
At a time. But that doesn't mean you can have 5 at a time. That just means you have to buy them in groups of 5. So you could easily have 100, but you're buying 20 fucking. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, so there's no cap to how much you can buy in the store, though.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
But so, in realist, how do you shorten the need to farm it? Really, you get it from literally leveling. And this is kind of what's going. So now you do know that Fallout 76 came out with its own battle royale, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I did hear about that. Yeah, I kind of rolled my eyes. But
Oh, okay. So I was wrong. It's 15 at its max. So with the battle royale, it's actually now I hate battle royale games. I'm not going to lie. I'm already negatively predisposed to battle royales.
For me, it depends. Like, believe it or not, I don't mind Fortnite. Like, I hate the aesthetic. I hate the graphics. I hate that shit. What I don't mind is the loop, though. Like, it gets very quick to get into the game. I like the construction side of things because that's a really neat mechanic to avoid dying. Like, I like that style. I just don't like the aesthetic. And it's not a game mode I'll play like for hours and hours and hours on end. Like, no matter what game I'm playing that has Battle Royale, it's just the game mode itself. What pisses me off is when devs try and make a whole game that's just a Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Like, I hate that.
Like
because it's a game mode. It should not be the game.
Right.
Like, PUBG is utter garbage because it's a game mode being sold as a game. It's like, no, this is a single thing I can do, and that's it.
And so I've played a couple of battle royales. The one that I've had the most experience with was Nuclear Winter for Fallout 76. Behind that is PUBG. Nuclear Winter is so much better than PUBG.
I haven't played it.
And this is just in my experience. If you want to talk about how terribly balanced something is, look at fucking PUBG.
PUBG is pretty terrible.
Yeah. So
I should probably say was. I don't think is it still even out? Like, I've heard nothing about PUBG.
Yes, it is. And
really?
if I remember, it's still pretty garbage.
Yeah, I have I haven't even heard a damn word about PUBG in the last 2 years. Year? How long has it been? Jesus. I don't even know how long it's been.
It's a bad game.
It
But anyway,
was
as battle royales go, like I said, naturally I tend to hate them. This one's one I actually enjoy playing. So that might be
because
a
of
little
the
bit
Fallout
better.
aesthetic, or is there what's the game mode you would say puts it ahead?
So it does run a lot like PUBG, with the circle of fire getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Okay, is it an insta kill if it passes you, or do you have a certain amount of
No,
time?
you do have a little bit of time to get in.
Okay.
Not much, but you do have time to get in. So part of it is the Fallout aesthetic, and another part is that so as terribly balanced as someone claims it is, it's if you there is a reason for every weapon in it. And when I was playing the Nuclear Winter mode more regularly, the way I tend to play was more of a sniper role, and a sniper role was really OP, but also headshots are OP. So obviously, headshot's going to do more damage than a body shot or a limb shot, and it was just the way things tend to work out. Now, the problem with being the sniper, unless I had power armor, I was very fucking squishy. So that tended to be a little bit of a problem. But it was actually a really fun battle royale for me to play. And that's not me saying it was great. It's just saying out of the few that I've played, it is the best.
I've pretty much played most of the big popular ones. I played PUBG, didn't like it from the get-go, so didn't stay along for that. I played Fortnite. I actually got paid to do that one. Someone donated some money to a stream way back when, and I played it, and I had more fun than I was expecting. It's not great. The reason I think it's the most popular, though, is it's smooth. Like, everything in it is very balanced. Again, with the building mechanic, it's like there's actually genuine strategy in it and how you play, and there's definitely a skill curve in Fortnite.
Right.
I hate to admit it, trust me. Fortnite is a game I want to meme on like everybody else, but having played it, I can't lie and say it wasn't more fun than PUBG. It wasn't more balanced than PUBG. And again, with the added construction mechanic, you'd be surprised how much that actually adds to like the skill curve and the difficulty. That just one added mechanic, being able to build structures and use it as quick cover in tight-knit scenarios, it really makes, like, when you're the last 3 or 4 people in the game, it actually really does make it a tense matchup, because it's not just the set terrain like in PUBG you have to work around. It's terrain you can build on the spot with whatever you've filled up your inventory with, and you utilize that as, oh, I need to reload, so you quickly build a couple walls while the others are shooting at it, trying to take it down. You reload, you hop out, you try and take out the enemy, you missed, oh shit, they start building a wall, and as you're taking pot shots at them, it really makes those last moments in particular really fucking tense. But I'd say that's why I think I enjoyed Fortnite more than PUBG. It's just, it had something, a niche to it that really added to make you give a shit.
Yeah.
So
and now, Nuclear Winter does also have a building mechanic. Not a great one, but it does have one. And there have been a couple situations that I've ran into where people have built fucking towers, and you have to run up their tower and hope they aren't watching the stairs. And that is kind of a cool thing to happen, because it's like okay, so we're at this last part, like, can we do this at this point? and you're right, the building mechanic does make it, it gives it a leg up on I think that from what you've said, I would say Fortnite and Nuclear Winter have a leg up on PUBG because of the building mechanic.
Yeah. The only other notable Battle Royale I'd throw into the mix is Warzone for Call of Duty. It doesn't have that added mechanic, but I'd say it's refined the gunplay and picking up loot as you go, that aspect, I'd say it's closer to PUBG, but way more smooth. And actually, it's like, the way I put it is Warzone is what happens when you actually properly design PUBG. Is like the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So Warzone's good. It's not bad, and because again it's connected to Modern Warfare, it's not like it's the only thing. Like, you can play Warzone for free and choose to buy Modern Warfare for this campaign and other modes. But I think that's another reason why I'd say I would almost like Warzone, is because it's not a game in and of itself. You can play, if you get Modern Warfare, you get Warzone.
And Carneth Corn just pointed out something interesting. He's like, I'm kind of a purist, and I don't want any microtransactions, no matter if it's pay to win, cosmetic, or whatever. Having a premium currency ruins the entire game for me. Why? It's separate.
My only disagreement there is I'm fine with cosmetics, but I'm only fine with it if it's a free game. If the game itself is completely free, microtransactions feel free as long as they're cosmetic. If the game is $60, I don't want to see any microtransactions in that game.
Well, so here's the thing. So with Fallout 76, I don't know if it's on Game Pass or not.
I have no idea.
I don't think it was for a while, but I don't think it is. So right now, I think it's like $20-$30, but you don't have to have a subscription. So you only have to do that one payment, and you get full access to the entire game except for the premium service.
Yeah.
And so, you know what? I'm kind of okay with microtransactions. Because it's an online game. It's like... and this is the thing a lot of people also don't take into... this is some... In Murderous Kitten, that's not always true. You get cosmetics in the door, the rest follows. No, not always. Sorry, no. So... For... microtransactions in a game like that... Look at WoW. WoW has microtransactions and it's subscription-based. That I have more of an issue with than Fallout 76. I really don't have an issue with that one because all their shit's cosmetic too.
They also have a subscription service, though.
Right. I'm saying, like, so I have more of an issue of subscription service games with microtransactions than like something like 76.
I think any game you have to purchase, whether it's through a subscription service or just buying it outright, either way, there should not be microtransactions because the game is making money another way. Like, I microtransactions, if it's the only way to like, again, with Warframe's completely free.
Here's why and this is where Fallout 76 is a bit different for me. And I'm going to use WoW as the comparison. With Fallout 76, all the expansions they're releasing for it are free. Wastelanders, all of it.
I wouldn't give that as a positive to them, though, personally.
But here's the why, though. This would be like getting Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Mists of Pandaria, all that shit free. Now, for someone like me, who has played WoW since vanilla, I've had to buy every single fucking expansion.
Same.
So, just the expansions alone, not including the subscription, you're looking at easily $300, $400, $500.
I think it's 500 because that's how much I think I've tallied how much I've spent on just buying the expansions.
Yes, and yes, Murderous Kitten, I can compare WoW to Fallout 76 because they're both MMOs. And this is how I can do it. One is a subscription-based MMO. One is a free-to-play MMO as long after you buy the game after you pay for the game. It is not subscription-based unless you want to.
But it has a subscription service.
It does have a subscription service that's completely optional. If it weren't optional, okay. The microtransactions, even if they're cosmetic, yeah, I can see why.
The caveat to that I'll say, though, is it's not an option if you want to play in a private server.
Okay.
If you want to play in a private server, it's not an option. You need to get it.
And wanting to play on a private server is necessary?
For some people.
No. You don't need... Private servers are no different.
Well, by that argument, you also don't need to play the game at all.
Well, yeah. Well, no, you don't need to be on a private server in order to play the game. There's no difference between a private server and a public server.
Except that it's private. Like, you choose who's in the server with you.
Up to 4 people, yes. But that's literally it.
For a lot of people, that's
game
pretty major.
I know I'm one of those people, and I'll even admit there's no difference between, except for the fact that it's literally either just you or you and 3 friends, or I'm sorry, you and I think up to 7 friends.
And it removes the possibility of getting ganked.
You know how hard it is to fucking PvP against someone who doesn't want to PvP in 76?
Not a clue.
Okay. You would have... let's use the example of me and you are playing 76 and you're trying to gank, okay? If I'm not fighting back, you would have to literally put 1,000 rounds into me to even start making a dent in my health.
You're level 1?
If you're level 300 and I'm level 1... Well, I'm sorry, level 5. You can't do that to anyone below level 5. If I'm level 5 and you're level 300, then if I'm not fighting back, there's really nothing you can fucking do to me.
So wait, so if you don't engage, there's no damage calculation?
Like, minuscule to the point it might as well be non-existent.
Okay. So it has a retreat mechanic. That's interesting.
And by free-to-play Murder Skin, I mean with non-subscription. But yeah, so your argument on the PvP, okay, fine, don't shoot back and you won't have the problem. They literally can't kill, and they're going to literally be at it for about, how long did it take when we tried it?
Well, what about from the perspective of a player who wants to do PvP and wants to use strategies like ganking?
They're kind of a shit person for wanting to gank people, and
well, I wouldn't say I ganked people back in the day in WoW. It was a game, like it was on a PvP server.
Well, that is different, but you would have to find other people who are PvP. Now, one of the things they do is when someone... so, again, let's use the example like me and you are playing. And let's say we both want a PvP. You kill someone. You start shooting at someone and they fight back and you kill them. Okay?
Okay.
You would get a bounty.
Automatically?
Yeah. And you would show up on the map to everyone.
So, by the sounds of it, PvP is really... what's the word? Discouraged? It's really discouraged.
It's there, but it is kind of discouraged, yeah.
So, I would say if anyone's interested in PvP, not to play Fallout 76 then.
I mean, you can, because there's always nuclear winter. You can PvP, and people do
Yeah, but you can't do it in the open world. Well, you can, but by the sounds of it, it's really not... Everything is designed against it.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm not opposed to that personally, but I'd say there are a lot of people who play games for a PvP element and in an open world scenario.
So the way I would do it is I would actually create PvP servers. I don't know if that's something they're thinking about doing or if it's something they've just kind of blown off. But if
if I'm not mistaken, isn't only a skeleton crew continuing to dev 76? Or are they still putting a full studio in it?
I don't think it's a skeleton crew, but I don't think it's the full studio. I think it's like about half the studio.
Okay, so they're
still working on updates for it. They're still working on DLC for it. Murderous Kitten, I clarified what I meant when I said free to play. It's non-subscription based. Yes, you pay for it the first time. After that, you don't have to pay another fucking cent.
Yeah, for me personally, my definition of free to play is free to play. Like, there's no.
I get it, and that was me misspeaking. But what I meant by it is non-subscription based, and I clarified that twice. And you want to keep going on it?
I don't, but I know Murderous Kitten. Murderous Kitten probably, my guess is, didn't hear you or misunderstood.
So again, when I said free to play, I misspoke. It meant non-subscription based. So, But no, so, and now for me, I think the way they could work around that is if they had PvP servers and make them optional. I mean, at least I don't say the game is shit when I haven't played it in a while, Murderous Kitten. So, but no, they could do the PvP server thing, and I think that would be a really good way to go for people who want to do PvP. But I agree with you for the people that would bring in. I think it's still a little too late. It would take something really major for them to bring a lot of people back in. And
yeah. And I know I can't speak for everybody on the planet, but I know for me personally, the damage is done.
Yeah.
Like I don't like. I feel personally it would be wrong of me to play the game now, because the game came out in such a state that I don't want to give the impression to these devs that they could just fix it. I don't want it to any devs, not just Bethesda, but anybody. I don't want people or devs or studios to think, hey, we can release a game in a complete garbage state to an insulting degree, and we can patch it later, and people will flock to it once it's fixed. No, I feel like there's punishment. And I feel like they're owed not to get this game successful, personally.
And I don't think it's more of a matter of it being successful or not. The part I disagree with is this is because I have played it from launch, is that if they are willing to admit they fucked up, which they have done multiple times.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can admit you're wrong after you've already beat the shit out of your player base. By sending out an email saying you straight up don't care. Like, they sent out an email when people were complaining saying they didn't give a shit. Virtually that bluntly. You don't think that deserves any kind of punishment or recourse?
They got recourse for it. Their player base dropped hard.
Yeah, and it shouldn't come back. You don't undo the punishment.
There is no undoing. Okay, so to use this in a more literal extent, what the difference in what me and you are talking about, I think, is a difference of perception. The way I'm viewing what you're saying is, a dog shits on the carpet. You spank the dog, rub its nose in it, but you don't stop for a year.
I don't look at it as the same.
I do.
I don't.
Let them take the spanking. Let them learn the lesson. If they learn from it, cool. If not, it happens again. They learn the lesson again. If it keeps happening, what happens to them is what happens to a lot of game companies, and they go under.
What I look at it is if you put a pedophile on the sex offenders list, and then you're like, oh, it's been a year, let's take him off the list.
Completely disagree with that.
You're allowed to, but that's how I look at it.
And the reason I disagree with it is because I look at it as more as they made a bad decision.
They made more than one. If it was a matter of just the game was garbage, but they did everything else in their power to fix it in the moment, that'd be different. They did so much other horrible, completely embarrassing shit at that time that I think the punishment is not over and shouldn't be. I don't think that I don't think anything should be carried over to the next game. Like, if they make another Fallout game, I don't think people should look at Fallout 76 as it was at its launch and not give that game a chance. But Fallout 76 should be the game people should not play.
Did you know that actually almost happened to them?
What?
People were trying to get Doom Eternal canceled.
Doom Eternal's not even really Bethesda. It's id, though. Bethesda published it, but that's it.
That's why, though. This is where I say the
yeah, and those people were in the vast minority. I barely even heard about that.
But it still exists, and that's my problem, is where is the line drawn?
For me, the line is drawn at Fallout 76. I put my caution tape around that. I tell other people, don't ever touch this, and I move on. If they release something else, I'm not going to move the caution tape.
Well, and that's the problem, is that I think the answer lies somewhere between what me and you say. And that's because I get what you're saying. I do. I don't think you're wrong. I disagree with you. And the reason I don't think you're wrong is because for you, that's your decision to make. And if the game is that bad to you, then don't play it. If you want to not play it and, tell other people not to play it, that's your call.
Well, I think I'm not going to, like, go on forums and tell, like, not to give the wrong impression. Or I'm not going to go out of my way. But if people ask me, hey, I'm thinking about trying 76, what's your thoughts? I'll tell them, don't do it.
And for me, it's a little different because I say that they did fuck up, and they fucked up royally. They have fixed what they could when they could. There are some things they continued to fuck up until they fixed, and they were forced to. But after a year and a half, and they're still continuing to fix stuff and try and improve the game to make it better for the player, like, no. Yeah, they've had their punishment. They've been smacked on the ass. Give them a chance to actually do something. But that is, again, a difference of opinion and a difference of perspective. And if you have the balls to tell me that Fallout 4 is a bad game like 76, or actually, tell you what, if you have the balls to tell me, no, I'm looking at Cardiff.
Oh.
Or if you want to have the balls to tell me that fucking New Vegas was better than 4, I can't wait to hear this.
I thought New Vegas was better than 4, but I've already told you why.
New Vegas, yeah. I have my massive problems with New Vegas. And chief among them is, and this is not new. One of my main problems with New Vegas actually has very little to do with the game. Is that people say the people who made Baldur's Gate made that game when that's just not fucking true.
Which game?
New Vegas.
I never heard that. I knew Obsidian made it, but...
So, Black Isle Games was responsible for the original Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. They ended up getting broken up, and a couple of the people ended up going and working for creating Obsidian. It is not the same thing as people made Baldur's Gate making just a bullshit lie, just to try and sell the fucking game. No, the quests are not that great. So with Fallout 4, why do you play Fallout 4 Murderous Kitten? Out of curiosity, since it's so boring. Because if you like 3, you should like 4. 3 and 4 are actually very similar. The only difference is the updated engine.
What? No, isn't it the same engine?
The
creator's engine? Isn't that? I'm pretty sure they've been using it for pretty much everything the last couple years.
Or at least the updated graphic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is definitely upgraded. I'd say the color palette's also different. Fallout 3 was grays, lime, like, what do you call that green? That almost puke green?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The color palettes were really gray, darker monotone browns, things like that.
Yeah.
So the color palette for 3 was very monotone and limited, which fit the tone. It was a post-apocalyptic game. Fallout 4, I widened the color palette vastly and gave it a lot of vibrancy.
Yeah.
So those are like I'm not saying if it's a positive or a negative. I think the two were almost looking for different tones.
So Murderous Kitten has no argument, just says 4 is boring, and arguing that one NPC in the game is fucking retarded. And yes, he is fucking retarded, but I mean, you just can't. If you're just going to say it's boring without saying why it's boring, then I don't accept or understand your argument. Like, I'll admit there are parts of Fallout 4 that are boring, and it mostly has to do with some of the longer quests because they do get dry. But that's not all the quests.
This is my take on Fallout 4. I think I never understood the people who straight up hate it. Like, I've never understood that. Like, I dislike Fallout 4. But that's, for me, it's because of the dialogue tree. I feel like there's a lot less options, and the options that are there, it's pretty much is be nice, be a douche, ask question, move on.
Right.
So it's not really, like, for me, I really don't like that. I loved that role-playing experience you got in the other ones where you could actually choose from a longer list.
And where they had the skill-based dialogue. Too.
Yeah, there was it was a lot more engaging for me. With Fallout 4, I just wanted to skip all the dialogue because I only had so many options. So I usually just press the douche button, which is just circle, just douche, 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 just douche through every conversation. I still ended up getting the quests anyway. Yeah, for me, I didn't look forward to dialogue in Fallout 4 like I did Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Past that, my only other issues was there was a couple of bugs that, like, there was one weird one where I entered a specific building, and it exited me in the building the same time I tried to enter. Like, the loading screen and everything would play, but I would end up on the outside where I just tried to enter. I was so confused because it's repeated like 4 or 5 times, so eventually it let me in. I was very confused.
I'm not saying this is acceptable, but one of the main tropes of Bethesda games is they're going to be buggy as shit.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think people have allowed that to just be a charming thing, and I really think a lot of people have kind of shrugged it off.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I think that is unacceptable. I think that bugs do need to be fixes, but I also think that there's a difference between game-breaking bugs and like for instance, there was one in Fallout 76 that was kind of funny, but kind of game-breaking. When you would get in power armor, it would extend your legs, and you wouldn't be wearing the power armor frame, and you would just have these long-ass legs.
Oh, the Wendigo?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's what because that was also in Fallout 4. I never experienced it, but I saw it on forums and stuff when I was actually looking up for a fix of the bug I just mentioned. And people were mentioning a list of bugs they'd experienced in Fallout 4. One of them was nicknamed the Wendigo, because the power armor would be gone, and you would just see your character look like this monster. So people called that the Wendigo bug.
So now, this is not the case, but let's say hypothetically, let's say you still have the stats of the power armor, but you just look like a freak. I would be kind of okay with that because you still had the stats of the power armor, but where it went away, that's like, no, that's fucking game breaking. But if it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to save and reload, but at least have the stats of the power armor on, that's a little different for me. But
I think I'm able to forgive certain visual bugs as long as they don't break the game. Like, that's where I draw the line. I still would rather have a bug-free game, but
absolutely.
If it's just a minor bug, I'm not going to go out of my way to complain about it and try and get the game refunded. As long as my game works and there's ways to undo the bug, like reloading the game or something like that, I'm able to forgive it. I just find it annoying at that point.
And so, Murderous Kitten, you're literally saying, with no skills and the perks are lame, which the perks replace the skills. So you just don't like the perk system.
We're back. I go to the bathroom.
Okay. I mean, that in a way does not make it boring. That is just you not liking the perk system. And show me a bug-free game, period. I don't think I've ever seen a completely bug-free game. Ever. And also, Murderous Kitten, Fallout 4, even though you don't like the term, and you wanted to be picky about terms earlier, Fallout 4 is an RPG. I didn't say it does, Carneth Corn. And really, Counter-Strike 1.5 is a bug-free game. Then why is it 1.5? Why not 1?
Oh, I'm back.
Or why not 2?
Extendo Nix?
it was one of the glitches in Fallout 76. I forgot what caused it, but you would walk around and you would look like a human got fucked by a giraffe.
Was it a specific set of gear, or was it?
I don't remember. They patched it out of the
Because
game.
I do know one of the biggest, the bug that prevented me from getting 76. Because my plan was initially when I heard about 76, is I was actually going to get it on launch day. Is I was actually curious to play it. A friend of mine, actually a friend that some of you might recognize the name of, Mike, got the game. Mike was playing it while I was at work, actually, one day, and my plan was I'm gonna get home, I'm gonna buy it and play it on my computer. And he literally like stops me, like because we were living together at the time in an apartment, and like I enter our little danky apartment, and he fucking like pins me to the wall, puts one hand over my shoulder, and says, "Whatever you do, don't waste your money." And then he recorded on his phone his character T-posing and falling through a map.
Yep.
All in one go.
I had that happen too a couple times.
And he actually was stuck in that spot for like 30 minutes straight. Falling through the map.
So
I was like, is this the whole game like this? And he showed me a bunch of other people who were uploading clips and everything while I was at work that whole day. And I was like, Jesus Christ. I dodged buying it that day. But Mike, oh god, he was laughing his ass off.
So because I am this anal, I just looked up a list of the popular RPG elements. Experience points and character levels has it. Character class or a job system. I'm going to get to this in a minute. Skill scores and perks, which you can actually unlock perks that change up how certain weapons work and function. So that could be considered a pseudo character class or job system. Equipable abilities and evolving attacks, yes, through perks, as I just mentioned. Equipment-based progression, yes, because it does have equipment based on level. Standard status effects and status buffs through food, poisons, okay, sure. A karma meter and accompanying moral choices. Not so much, but there are moral choices. So really, Murderous Kitten, what RPG element am I missing here? Out of curiosity?
Can you send me that list real quick? I don't think I heard all of them.
Experience points and character levels, which Fallout 4 has.
Yeah.
Character class or a job system, which it doesn't have, but you could say it does have a pseudo character class job system through the perks, because the way some of the perks work can change up how different weapons and abilities work. I'll get to that in a minute, one specific one in a minute. Equipable abilities and evolving attacks. It doesn't have equipable abilities, but the evolving attacks work the same way through the perk. Skill scores and perks, Murderous Kitten, and character class or job system, which I explained both of. Standard status effect, equipment-based progression. So as you level up, your equipment gets different, which does happen in Fallout 4.
I would still call it an RPG. The part that gets me is the perks system is a little off from like a class system. It's a little bit different. Classes usually have perk trees or have like attribute bonuses.
Right.
Perk tree is like that minus choosing a specialization, which would be a class.
So this is where I'm saying you could kind of say a pseudo class system, because depending on what perks you get, will create the class that you want. And again, let me go through the rest of it, and then I'll get to that in a second, because I have one specific example. Standard status effects and status and buffs, which is where you have like your food, your alcohol, enemy poisons, stuff like that. A karma meter and accompanying moral choices, except for your moral dialogue that really doesn't happen in Fallout 4, so yeah, maybe that one. And so as far as a class in Fallout 4, one of the more popular ones is a stealth sniper class, so you would end up taking the agility perks of sneak and ninja, and the perception perks of what is it called? Penetration, sniper, And there's one, and it increases the damage of your non-automatic rifle weapon. So, yes, you can create classes using the perk system. And, you know, it's one of those things where, no, it doesn't have a specific class system or job system like, say, Final Fantasy Tactics, where you have a squire, a knight, a chemist, whatever. Or even like, what's the one I'm fucking thinking of? It went right. I lost it. I had it and I lost it. But it doesn't have a specific.
You lost your marbles.
But you can create classes through the perks.
I would say in that sense, it's more flexible than a standard RPG. Now, depending on your taste, that might be a bad thing or a good thing. But that does, technically speaking, give you more room for customization on your the type of play style you want to play.
Yeah, now let's say you wanted to play... Okay, so let's say you are a comic book nerd, are you not, Asmo?
I am to a degree. I would not... Compared to certain people I know, I'm definitely not as much, but I love me comics. I have consumed comics over the years a lot.
Juggernaut from the X-Men.
Okay,
Okay,
do you want the movie quote, or do you want the...
No, but you know who I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
Juggernaut from the... Yeah. You can actually be him. Through the perks in Fallout 4.
Fun fact, most people don't know this about the comics, but he was actually the brother of Professor X.
Xavier. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that because they only would see the movie. It kind of pisses me off, so just want to throw that out there. Anyway.
Actually, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but they actually throw that out in Deadpool 2. Because Juggernaut is in Deadpool 2. And there's someone talking to him. He's like, it's okay, my brother's in a wheelchair. It kind of evens itself out.
I do remember that line. I appreciated that.
It was kind of like it was a nice little nod. At least they did it when the Marvel films, and I really appreciated that. So I was like, that's cool.
It's like, thank you.
Well, okay, Carneth Corn. Yes, you can have everything, or, and this is just an idea, you don't have to have everything. For instance, if you just use pistol, then you don't.
Wait. So wait, you can have every perk?
You know what it takes to get every perk in the game?
I'm assuming max level.
There is no max level. There is no level cap in Fallout 4.
At
but
all?
You would tell you what level you have to get to unlock all the perks.
200.
268.
That was close.
You know how long that would fucking take if you're not cheating your ass off?
I'm gonna assume
An
based on
unreasonable
WoW
amount of time.
based on WoW experience and how long that takes to level, a minimum of 6,000 hours.
So yes, Carneth Corn, you wouldn't be able to do that, but if you want everything, you can have everything. To kind of paraphrase what you said, and yes, it does take ages. I absolutely agree with you. It will take a long, long time. But if you want to be that character, because there was a way to do it in Fallout 3. Actually, there was an end level perk that would make it to where you could have 10 in all skill, 10 in all attribute or all your special stats, and I believe you could have close to 100 in all skills. So yes, you could do that in Fallout 3 and in Fallout 4. The amount of time that takes, though, is fucking ridiculous. So yes, you absolutely could. Is it reasonable? Fuck no.
Alright, while we continue this debate,
and actually, I will say this is one of the things I like about Fallout 76, because they came out with the perk card system, so you have to pick and choose what your character does. I think that's a much better class system. Again, Murderous Kitten, I said, if you don't cheat, it takes forever.
So you gotta cheat. Got it.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, I've came really close. I think the highest level character I didn't come really fucking close. That's a lie. I think the highest level character I've had without cheating was something like 80.
And the character you did cheat?
Oh no, on the characters I cheat with, I start from off fucking max level. Well, not max level, but max perks.
You can do that in an online game?
No, on Fallout 4.
Oh, okay.
No, okay, so in 76, so the way it works in Fallout 76 is every level up to level 50, you get a point to put into your special stats. You start off at 1 in all your special stats. And at every level up to 50, you can put 1 point in any of your special stats. And based on what that is, all your perk cards have a value. So let's say you have an agility of 4. And you have 4 agility cards. 1 is 3, 2 are 2, and 1 is 1. You can have like the 3 and 1, or the 2 and 2, or a 2 and 1. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think.
So whatever your score is, you can have that amount of card value for that score. But you can have an unlimited amount of cards, just as long... You can't have an unlimited amount of cards. That was the wrong way of saying that. You can have as many cards as you want, as long as it's within your ability score, your special score.
Okay.
And that, I think, was done really well. Because it limits you as to what you can and cannot do. I think that was actually... I think at first they executed it very poorly, but after they fine-tuned it a little bit, it actually becoming really... It's definitely a unique and different way of doing it. And it's... Actually, I think the way they did it, they did that system well. If that makes sense. It's a
more or less. It's hard to visualize without examples on that one.
Hold a minute. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Alright. No, I guess that's not it. Okay. Okay, I will, if you want, I can share my screen with you so I can show you the builder.
Give me just a second.
Okay. That way I can kind of give you a visual.
Yeah, I'm killing vandals at the moment.
No, you're good.
Hold still. Is that all of them? Yeah, I think that's all of them in my immediate vicinity. Alright, let me retreat back to the safe pot so I don't get killed.
I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. And I will say this, the one thing I will complain about Fallout 76 is that it that endurance is kind of overpowered, especially because they do have the they have survival mechanics in there, so you got to eat, drink, and all that shit. So it's endurance really affects that.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the builder. So just an example, all of them are level 1 right now. And I will go to endurance, just as an example. Where are you, little shit? Yeah, actually. Okay, so thirst quencher. Drinking any liquid has a... Oh, motherfucker, where are you? Okay, lead belly. There it is. You take 30% less radiation from eating or drinking, okay?
Alright.
So I'm going to get it up to level 3. You take no radiation. So if you see here, it's red. So once I bump endurance up to 3, 1, 1, 3 with 3 points used, 1, 1, 1, 1. Now, if it were, say, for shits and giggles, we're just going to say 6, and I put in Aqua Boy, Aqua Girl, so it's now 6 points, but I've only used 4, so I have 2 free points to use. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. That's the leveling system for Fallout 76.
Okay, so it's allocating points in specific categories. So it looks like there's multiple tiers of adding points, because you add points into one of the special scores, and then that provides points that you allocate to cards.
Yes. Now, here's the thing. Now, every time you level up, you can pick a card, and some cards unlock earlier than others. Like, I'll go back to the...
Is the card options randomized, or they unlock at specific levels?
I'm about ready to get to that.
Okay.
So, if I go back down to... There it is, Lead Belly. Lead Belly unlocks at level 2, okay? Natural Resistance unlocks at level 10. Now, when you do this, so once you hit level 2, you can be like, okay, I want the first level of Lead Belly. Level 3, I want the second, or I want another Lead Belly card, and then you'll combine them to be level 2. At level 4, you'll put your third point into, you'll put your last point into Endurance, and then you can pick your last point in Lead Belly, and then you'll be at 3 out of 4. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So now, whenever you level up, so let's say I pick a Strength point instead of Endurance, then I cannot get the perk Lead Belly because I chose to upgrade my Strength. So whatever you choose to pick, that's the perk pool you've got to pick from. Now, I think it's like at level 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then I think it's every 10 levels after 50, you do get a pack of cards, which I believe is 4 cards, and they are random. On top of the card that you unlock.
Okay.
Pick it. Now, after level 50, starting from level 51, you can choose either to get a card, pick a card yourself, or you can move your perk points around if you made a build that you don't like. Make sense?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
That's one thing where I was like, even though they did it in a much different way, I think they did it very well, though. I think they did a different system very well.
I can't comment as in my experience was like to fuck with that much. No. I'd say on a mechanical standpoint, it seems all right. There's multiple tiers to it. There's lots of customization. I think it's a little complex for the casual, but that's just my take from the basic rundown.
Right. We just had someone knock at the door. I will be right back, actually.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mini-Boss. Cardcore says, I wouldn't say it's complex. Well, again, that's just based off like the basic explanation. I'm sure like playing it through the game is probably, it feels more natural. When it's just being told to you, though, it's a little... Like, your brain inherently is trying to break it down in a different way, so I don't know. Hold on. It also doesn't help that I'm not planning on playing the game, so my brain doesn't want to retain the information. And that just strictly doesn't help. I kind of like my scout rifle, though, so I don't want to use that. It doesn't feel natural since it's a menu popping up. Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, that was UPS.
Okay. They got delivery for you?
They had delivery for my wife.
Ah. Black bag delivery?
Well, it wasn't a body this time.
Sake, we're here for the delivery. I was like, oh, UPS are really expanding what they deliver, huh? You the guy. Yeah, we're the guy.
Yeah.
You know, what's funny is we only played for an hour and a half. We talked about Fallout 76 and shit for
2 hours.
Just almost 2 hours. Oh my god.
I mean, but it's just something I stand by. It's like, you know, and I respect the way you say it. Like, it was a bad game. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. It was a bad game. It's just they fixed a lot of the problem with it.
Yeah.
Or at least I feel like they fixed a lot of my problems. I'll put it that.
I can't refute or agree. Having not played it, I can only say I'm happy that they fixed your issues with it. My issues are on a more fundamental level. Like, they could fix the game to the point where it's perfect. It doesn't change my problem with it, which was how it launched. So that's where I'm coming from. Different people will have different takes. Some people just want a good game. They don't care when or how it happens. They don't care if a game comes out shit, it comes out later. It's like, okay, I just want a good game at some point. For me, I want practices to be rewarded if they're good, and I want practices to be utterly crushed and punished when they occur. And for me, what they pulled with launch was a crush. They needed to be crushed and punished. And I
hate saying it this way, but if that were the case, the Shadow War series should have died a long time ago.
Shadow War?
Total War.
Oh, Total War. Yeah, I have quite a few issues with Total War, but they've never had something like that.
Well, CA bullshit, they haven't.
Wait, are you thinking of Rome 2, how that launched?
No. I'm talking about just the way CA treats their customer.
Oh, just customer treatment. Okay.
Yeah. CA treats their customers like crap.
Oh yeah, they always have.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of.
That's why I advocate to people not to also get that what is that Total War Troy thing that they're doing.
Oh yeah, that's just fucking dumb.
Yeah, just don't even. No. Like, well, it's one thing if they release a good game, but they're just acting like assholes in the background. If you release a shit game and all the crap you're pulling in the background, it just no. I won't take that. If you're gonna treat me like shit, you better. You're gonna treat me like shit. I'll just say this: if you're gonna treat me like shit, you better at least give me something that makes me not mind you treating me like shit. Make it a masochistic relationship. As long as I get what I want, I don't care. If I don't get what I want and you're treating me like shit, no, I don't stand for that even remotely.
So I have 3 Total War games. I have Warhammer, Warhammer 2, and 3 Kingdoms. And I'll say this, 3 Kingdoms is actually kind of a fun game. But here's why I like 3 Kingdoms. I've always loved the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. I have loved that since I was a little kid.
I don't know anything about it, so...
you must learn. It is just an amazing bullshit story.
It's an amazing bullshit story? What a way to sell it.
No, it is. It is. Okay, so here, let me explain to you how good this story is. Okay. This
Okay.
is a story based in China around around I believe 300 BC to about 200 AD.
All right.
And yeah, in Carneth Corn, this is actually the one thing me and Carneth Corn actually fucking agree on right now. The Dynasty Warrior series of game is literally just retelling the romance of the Three Kingdoms over and over and over and over. There is literally a guy named Lubu who looks like a 7-foot tall cockroach. And
7-foot tall cockroach. That's a way to describe somebody.
You know, like the cockroach, the antenna on the front of the cockroach?
Yes.
He has a helmet that literally has that. Hold on. There we go. Okay. That's a goofy ass hat. I love his hat. It's so fucking dumb.
His hat.
Like, yes. Like, you don't fucking believe me. So I found an image. And
wait, is it that tall Chinese hat? Like,
No, it's like that, but it has like 2 cockroach antennae coming off of it. That's about as long as hell. I don't think it. Here, homie, let me do it this way. Let me do it as a JPEG. Or no. There we go. Yes, I know. I'm changing the file extension.
Wait, did you send it to me as a download?
Yeah, I fucked up on that.
Oh,
it's because I forgot to do something. Hold on.
Looks kind of like a hairpin. Is that what it's called? A hairpin?
Oh no, it's like it's one of the small hats. Those big ass antenna coming off of it.
How's it stay on?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Are you talking about Peng Tong, Karnath Karn, the magical hobo? It's either him or
A little train hobo. So that's what it made me think of.
So anyway, that dude right there supposedly stood alone at a gate and killed over 1,000 men.
Probably 100, and they just added a 0.
I mean, this is the same through all the retelling. He is actually now. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is actually based loosely on something that actually did happen.
Okay.
And Lubu was an actual historical figure in China, and he was a great warrior. But I think you're right. I think it's more like he did kill like 100 men single-handedly, and then just like they're like, nah, just add a 0, make him scary.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's usually what happens with myths and legends, and even recounting of historical events. Is the side that wins wants them the story or the perception of the story to make them look as intimidating and as powerful and as unbeatable as possible. So they're not going to tell the story exactly. Like, they're going to tell the truth, but it's going to be more of a lie. After all, you could say the best lies are truth spun with the deception, or spinning truth into the deception. And I think that's the same with mythologies and recounting of events like that. Like the Battle of 300. Historians actually have said that the story as it's told didn't happen as it's depicted in movies and in other places. It's actually, there were 300 Spartans, that is true, and they were up against a lot of Persians, but historians agree that the number isn't a million. They weren't up against like that overwhelming number. Like back then, they were going to blow up the number, but historians basically say it's more like they were up against no more than 200, 300,000.
Right, and that's what I've always thought. I mean, but still, 300 against 200, 300,000. That's still not something to kind of shirk it.
Well, yeah, the thing is, though, again, they blow up the number to make it look like even more of an overwhelming force. That what they did was even more impressive because it makes them look better throughout history.
Yeah, no. I absolutely agree with that. I'm just saying, like, it's still not something that it's kind of light. It's not like 200, 300 against, say, like 2,000.
Yeah,
you know,
and
still like
they were aided. Another thing that historians have found is that they actually weren't just 300 Spartans there. They made up a chunk of the force that were holding the pass, but they were aided within 2 days by Phoenicians, if I'm remembering the name correctly, and later by Athenians. So they were backed up by other Greek nations. They weren't backed up by too many. There were about 400. Again, I don't know if I got the name right. But 300 to 400 of a specific Greek nation, and they were backed up by another 200, 250 Athenians.
And just because I'm on withdrawal for not talking about 40K, what the fuck were the Emperor's Children and Iron Warriors doing at the Battle of Thermopylae?
I have the opposite problem. I talk about it so much, I'm like, what?
It's one of those things where there are times when I really want to talk about it, and then there are times when I'm like, nah, keep it the fuck away from me.
Yeah, I have those days. Those days after I get done writing lore videos, those are the days I just I don't want to talk about 40K.
Actually, I'm on my last 2 Legion lore videos, and then I get to start the Primarchs.
Oh, fun.
I'm not sure which Primarch I'm least forward looking to though.
Get him in?
No, actually, no. You know what? As much as I learned about the Ultramarines, if you get past their plot armor bullshit, they're actually kind of cool. I mean, they're absolutely fucking horrible because of the plot armor, but without
it's too late, boys. He's been turned.
Well, no. So I go about this in my lore video. There are some things that I learned that they went through that's actually kind of interesting. The Battle of Cal, that was a huge turning point for me. That was actually kind of cool. But no, they're still probably if not my complete least favorite, they're probably one of my least favorite loyal legions.
They're my least favorite, period, so.
That's hard. That's really hard to say when you've got someone like fucking, oh shit.
Lorgar?
No. Well, I mean, Word Bearers, yeah, but no, I was thinking, Iron Warriors.
Yeah, they're pretty bad, but I'd still say I dislike the Ultramarines more.
Word Bearers are just... ugh.
To be fair, the main reason I hate the Ultramarines is over specific events. For me, the specific events I'm thinking of, like during the Heresy, what they more aptly didn't do, and with the Codex implementation, both of those for me, I cannot give them the credit people want me to, because I just can't. For me, those events, because of how much bullshit has been caused because of that BS, and what had to happen for that to even be implemented, I'm sorry, I can't. I acknowledge that their chapter has done cool and impressive shit. I'm not that deluded, but I can't look past the bullshit they pulled and the plot armor.
And that's kind of where I stand. Is the plot armor and the bullshit. No, but you can't deny they've done some actually pretty interesting and cool stuff.
They've done more than a good chunk of chapters, but I think again that comes down to GW fears writing about any other chapter.
and Murderous Kitten, I never said I liked them. I just said they did some.
Am I going to rename the episode to Ludus? Probably what I'm going to do is once the video has been processed by YouTube, I'll probably snip out that part and I'll upload it as a separate video. Ludus, Asmo, and chat debate Fallout 76.
Oh, shit. The last 2 Legions I have, though, There's actually surprisingly little about one of them, and that's the Raven Guard. And I'm very intrigued to see what I find on the Alpha Legion. Hey, Captain UFO.
Good day, lads. Ah, you're late to today's.
We're still here, and it's kind of my fault because I fucking waffled on about Fallout 76.
Yeah, it was pretty lengthy. There's a random broomstick here.
Stick it up your ass. I mean, it's what broomsticks are for, right?
Certainly back in the 1920s. Remember, no thicker than your thumb.
No, that's getting hit in the ass, not having it shoved up your ass.
Semantics.
But, yeah, my last two are Raven Guard and Alpha Legion, and then I'm going to start with Lionel Johnson, and that's going to...
There's actually a weird cult obsession with Lionel Johnson.
Nah, he's a pussy.
Like, I don't know why. Like, thing is, I get the Ultramarine thing, because a lot of people, their first chapter they learn about is the Ultramarines.
Yeah.
And I get that, like vehement loyalty to them, because, again, a lot of people, that's the first they learn about, that's the first they really relate to and like. They get to know the characters, it's Primarch, everybody's Ultramarine-centric when they first start. And very few really start to, like, get that disgust or hatred of them like I do.
Yeah.
I get that. But with the weird thing with the Lion is the community is really seemingly wants to go out of their way not to hate him.
No, the bad thing is that does not interest me at all. I hate him as a character.
I don't know if I hate the Lion.
He is so fucking whiny, and he's gullible to boot.
Gullible, yes. Definitely. He's compared to Perturabo, he's not a whiny bitch, though.
Yes, he is. You know why?
I don't think
he got
so.
tricked by Perturabo.
Well, no, that's gullible. Whiny was the point. I think Perturabo is whinier.
Yeah. You know how Perturabo tricked him, right?
Off the top of my head, no.
The Lion was bitching to Perturabo because he wanted to be War Master since Horus turned traitor, and that he always wanted to be War Master. That it always should have been.
Oh yeah, now I remember that. Yeah, usually prompts.
He is the whiniest of the pink fluffy bitches.
To be fair, though, when Horus became War Master, there were quite a few of the Primarchs that got on his case, like quickly.
Right, but there were only like two that like it should be me, and this is fucking wrong.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the ones that wanted it to be them.
I don't think it was Johnson and Gilliman for some reason.
No, Gilliman was actually weirdly enough. So there were basically three different responses that that Horus got from the other Primarchs. The first was the whiny bitchers who didn't think he should be put above them, but they didn't necessarily want to be War Master. They just didn't want him to be in the position.
Angron Mortarion.
Yeah, Angron and Mortarion. They didn't want him in the position. They didn't want him to be put above them, but they didn't want to be War Master. Yeah. And then there were those who wanted to be War Master and objected to Horus's assignment to the position because they thought they were better. What's the word? Better suited. Better suited. It
wasn't Rust, was it?
No. It was Perturabo, if I recall correctly, and
I know Johnson was one of them.
Perturabo and Johnson is the ones I'm thinking of. There might have been another, but those were it. And those who responded with what I would call respectful indifference. Those who accepted the decision and even supported Horus was
Dorn, Gilliman, Sanguinius, Fulgrim.
pretty much everybody else.
Yeah.
Everybody pretty much was like, yeah, we're not gonna like stand up and dance or anything, but we feel he's rightfully earned the position, and we'll back him.
To be fair, I think Russ and the Khan would fall into like the I don't care category. They're just like,
If I recall correctly, Khan didn't care. His response was pure indifference.
I don't think Khan gave a shit about anything.
Well, yeah. He wasn't like it wasn't like rude indifferent, but it was just like, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, because when I did the research on the White Scars, they had this mentality that they were not completely separate from the Imperium, but so far away from it, like nothing mattered. And I was like, that's so cool. I think they became my favorite Loyalist Legion, though, to be fair.
Yeah, you did mention that they become your favorite.
Yeah, and after going, because I only have the Raven Guard left, and after researching the Raven Guard, I gotta say, I think my top favorite now is the White Scars.
Yeah, my top loyalists would be. Oh, somebody just left their speed break. My top loyalists, I'd have to say, would be Black Templars, Imperial Fists, and...
I was going to say, you mean Imperial Fist. I'm not talking chapters, because that shit doesn't exist in my world.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Loyalist Legion. Loyalist Legion would be Imperial Fists, Space Wolves. I don't know who I'd put in third. Salamanders?
I could see that. See, mine, out of the Loyalists, it would probably be White Scars. Shit, that's a hard one, actually. White Scars, probably Salamanders. That's probably about it, honestly. But I don't like the Loyalists. I think they're all like the worst written.
That's your opinion.
But and yeah, it is my opinion. It's just, it's like I can't think of any other two Loyalist Legions that I like.
I mean, I love to hate the Ultra Smurfs.
Oh yeah, everyone loves to though.
Oh, no, that's the thing. I wish it was that easy, but no, there's quite a few people who've defended both their Primarch and their overall chapter to me in comments before. It's like, your hatred is completely unfounded. I mean, what about this, that, or the other? And I'm like, those are the reasons I hate them. I think when it comes to just the personality that seeds through their chapter, like, GW... For me, I was like, I love to hate them, and I wouldn't change the Ultramarines' writing at all. I think they're supposed to be the pragmatic assholes and douchebags. Like, that's always what I thought was the point. Like, this is a universe about there's no true good guys. So, I hate it when GW tries to flip it, and they're like, oh, no, they are actually the heroes, the good guys. Root for the Ultramarines. Like, no, they're douchebags. You wrote them as douchebags. Don't undo your writing.
And when it comes to the Traitor Legions, I gotta give it to Thousand Sons and probably Death Guard.
Traitor Legions.
I would say World Eaters, but that'd be an outright lie. Because the only reason I like the World Eaters is because of Karn the Betrayer.
I'm trying to think.
That is my favorite character in all of fucking 40k. He is so cool.
Death Guard or Death Guard or
Emperor's Children are kind of fun too.
I don't know if I'd put them on my top two traitors though. Death Guard and I guess by default Thousand Sons.
I would say that the reason I could put the Emperor's Children up there is mostly the scene from one of the books. Because it's just absolutely fucking hilarious. Before the Battle of Isfahan, they take the loyal Captain Saul Tarvitz.
Isfahan 3, right? Not Isfahan 5.
Yes.
Okay.
And they take him down to go see. And I love the way Arch words this. They take him down to go see Fabius Biles' Hallway of Nightmare. and that's like seriously how some of the things with the Emperor's Children became a thing, and it's like that's kind of cool actually. Oh yeah, Night Lords. I forgot about Night Lords. Night Lords are awesome. Iron Warriors, yeah, I don't respect that.
Yeah, I think Iron Warriors are kind of BS bitches.
Yeah.
They're whiny as hell. Fits their lineage.
Night Lords, though, yeah, I forgot about the Night Lords. I feel bad because I forgot about the Night Lords. They would be in my top list too. They'd probably be above Emperor's Children.
I wouldn't put them that high, personally.
Oh yes, I fucking because they had the best mentality when it came to compliance.
When it came to what?
Imperial compliance. So you would have legions like, I don't know, the Imperial Fist, who would just go out and wipe out an entire fucking star system. Night Lords would just take out one, and Night Lords would just take out one planet.
Yay.
That's all they needed to do, because they would just literally sit there and torture the fuck out of the population and be like, now go, tell the others of what we have done. And then send
they were masters of terror.
Yes, but they were fucking good at it.
I'm not denying that.
And I think that was actually a more reasonable way to look at the Night Lords, is because they probably saved more lives than they took in that. Because at least unlike, you know, Imperial Fist, Iron Warriors, a bunch of the other Ultramarines, they end up having less casualties because of it.
Well, the thing is, that's actually the weird thing, is lots of the Traitor Legions were the ones with the lowest body counts. Well, I say that, but then immediately, you know, World Eaters.
They were up until the Horus Heresy.
Yeah, but before the Horus Heresy, a lot of them actually had the least casualties. Horus was actually the big guy of the Heresy. He was known to conquer star systems without raising a bolter. He just would. Yeah. He would just approach. He preferred diplomacy. He preferred conversing, and he was a master of psychology.
Oh yeah.
So he, you know, as I researched him for his the lore's videos I've done for him, I've only been able to recognize that even more from Horus. Like, I knew that from my own previous dives into it, but now because of those in-depth ones for the lore videos, I found that it's even more profound than I had initially given it credence. Yeah. Like, able to turn a whole star system by going to a select world, practicing that world's diplomatic traditions, and simply being able to manipulate its leaders in just the right way, so not a single shot has to be fired, and just taking that whole planet, and others in the system would see it and would likewise fall. Like, it was very masterful and almost like chess.
Oh yeah, I will say though, and this is kind of a cop-out because they didn't have as long of campaigns as the Sons of Horus. But when it comes to Traitor Legions per planet, the ones that probably did have the highest kill rates were probably the, I see in the chat, with the Death Guard and the World Eater.
Yeah, World Eaters is what came to mind. That's why I said, like, that's why
Death Guard would too.
Yeah, Death Guard did as well. That's why I reneged, but I was thinking more along the lines of Night Lords, Horus himself, technically the Word Bearers.
Oh, Thousand Suns would too. Thousand Suns had very low kill counts.
Yeah, so the majority of those who would turn traitor actually were the most, I guess, in a really odd sense, the most life-preserving.
The ones less likely to kill.
I don't know. That what would you call that? Dichotomy or irony? At the very least, it's ironic.
Yeah. I think it's funny because it's like they're the ones that I'm pretty sure the Thousand Suns had low kill count because they tend to use like guile and their psychic sorcery bullshit. and they really hated taking life. So, yeah, that is kind of funny now to think about it.
Chronicle says, like, I feel like we're forgetting a legion. Well, it's not hard.
The traders, let's see, there's
Night Lords, Iron
Emperor's
Warriors,
Children.
Emperor's Children.
They would probably have high kill count, to be fair.
Yeah.
World
Eaters, Word Bearers. Fuck.
Hold on a minute. So it's Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors.
I feel bad for anybody who's got all this information memorized.
Night Lords. I'm doing it from memory.
Well, I just listed, like, I want to say 7 or 8 of them just now. And
Yeah. No, I'm trying to do them in order. Is the fucking...
I feel like if I do them in order, I'm inherently almost intentionally forgetting some.
Yeah.
So I just rattle them off, and hopefully all of them are in there. Alpha Legion. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's the one. Nobody suspects the Alpha Legion.
And no one knows what kind of kill counts they have. That's the funny thing about them.
Well, they were masters of stealth and espionage anyway, so
Yeah.
they wouldn't really have a set one, would they?
Well, one of the things I like, and now I wonder if this is going to be true for them as it is for the Raven Guard. Their way of bringing in compliance is they would hide in the shadows, and they'd be like, "We want peace." No, okay. All of them would pop out of the shadows, kill the upper echelons, and be like, "Go to the next person. We want peace." Okay. Don't do that to us again. I do think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I do think it is funny that we forgot the Alpha Legion, though. Like, the Legion you're supposed to forget, we forgot. What do you know? Yeah, Opharius Omegon, that whole I feel bad for the loyalist players who play Alpha Legion, who are like, oh no, they're secretly on the side of the Imperium, and then, like, each expansion, you're like, you sure? And they're like, yes! It's just so blind determination.
Lore-wise, it could go either way, honestly.
Exactly. That's I do feel bad for them though, because I don't think GW is ever going to provide the answer.
No,
like whether they were playing 4D chess for the loyalists or if they were if they really did go. I would say it makes more sense to me that they did go traitor.
I'll say this: I think there's 2 legions. One loyal and one traitor, and B playing 4D chess. And you're not going to like who the loyal one is.
I think I know, but the Ultramarines?
Yeah.
Playing 4D chess for the
traitors. Like, they're actually traitors, and they're just playing 4D chess with the Imperium.
I would not be surprised.
Because I think it's really down to them and the Alpha Legion, as far as who could be what. And I think that Gilliman really, really fucked the Imperium hard.
I think he did too. Personally, that's my takeaway.
And I don't know if he did that on purpose or if Zinch is fucking with him or what. Shit, I've still got to do that video.
Yeah, I feel bad Murderous getting, because everybody like you who's like super like, they are loyalists, I swear. But then I don't think GW is ever going to provide an answer. So the rest of us, like myself, we were just like, nah, I think they went traitor.
Yeah.
I feel bad for you guys because I don't think GW will ever answer it. And this is one of those times where that's actually something you would want an answer to, though.
Yeah.
Because normally, like, with certain things, like with the Lost Legions, yeah, never give us an answer, please. Leave that a mystery. But with the Alpha Legion being traitor or not, I feel like that opens up a huge amount of, like, stories they could tell and things that they could add to the lore. I see it as only a positive if they give that answer.
Everything was going so good between me and Karneth Corn for like 20 minutes, and then he had to say, at least we know 100% that the Dark Angels are 1000% super loyal. What crack have you been smoking?
That could be a sarcasm.
If I remember,
and he did use 1000%. So that usually for me that's like sarcastic.
I'm gonna scroll up because I remember. No, he said his favorite is the Dark Angel.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he necessarily thinks they're loyalists. Like one of your favorite is 1,000 Suns. They're not loyalists.
Oh no!
So he might be a fan of Chaos. Did you ask?
No, because I think this is when we were talking about. No, because this is when we were talking about because he gave 2 lists: top 3 loyal and top 3 traitors, and his number 1 in the loyal is Dark Angels.
Oh,
one in the
never mind.
traitors is Iron Warriors.
It still might be sarcasm though.
But no, like they're not fucking loyal. They are loyal to themselves.
The best kind of loyal.
I mean, that's fair. They are the most self-serving douchebags in the Imperium, and you can literally throw a stone and hit someone like that. But, like, the Dark Angels wrote the fucking book. I do kind of love how, in the Siege of Rax, they essentially like, yeah, we're going to come and help you, but stay out of our fucking way. And then at the end of it, they're like, yeah, you know that spaceport that y'all really could have used? Yeah, we destroyed it. Bye! That's actually, I will say, I don't like the Dark Angels, but that moment makes me laugh because it's so douchebaggy. It is Dark Angel, and it's just one of the things where it's like, how do you see the Imperial Commander reacting to that? Because I mean, they are a Star.
Not well would be the frank answer.
I mean, it's like, what the fuck is he going to do?
Yeah, I'm not a... The thing is, I'd say out of the quote-unquote supposed loyalist legions, I'd say the Dark Angels are probably my least favorite. Out of what would become loyalists at post-heresy. Supposedly.
So, I actually reminded myself when we were talking about this, is like, well, this is when I said, oh fuck, a minute ago. Because I remember I still have to do the video of flipping the loyalists and traitors, and I'm not looking forward to that.
Wait, I thought you already did a video like that.
I did. No. The video I did was, what if Horus didn't fall to Chaos?
Oh, okay.
And it essentially, ended up being more Garlean Heresy.
I could see that.
And it was like, it was a better Imperial victory than the Horus Heresy was, but it was still kind of, I still think it would be kind of, I think the Imperium would be better off in 40k had it happened that way, but not by much.
Well, would we really want them to be better off by a lot?
No, not really. And actually, here's one of the interesting things I really didn't have an answer for. Would the Codex Astartes still be a thing?
Oh, if it weren't, that'd be a godsend.
Well, I had an argument for yes and no. Horus would still be the War Master, so he would have final say. So I could see him saying no to it. Like, no, Gilliman, shut the fuck up and sit down. Sit down and eat your cereal like you've been told to. But Gilliman was one of the ones that Horus trusted strategically, tactically. So if he came to him with the Codex Astartes, I could see him saying yes too. Be like, hey, yeah, this is kind of a good idea. I could see him actually being like, we need to make it more like what the Imperial Fist ended up doing, being like, if we do this, we need to make it where the legions can come together quickly. But during times where we're not in like this massive war, yeah, split up the legions.
You know, I know this is completely off topic. Completely off topic. But I think this is our longest podcast.
Yes, it is.
We're at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 50 seconds.
You could tell me to shut the fuck up at any
Well,
time.
no, the thing is, I was planning on doing like a little watch party over on the Discord with some Hell's Kitchen and just chilling with the gang.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about 10 minutes late to that.
Hey, if you want to go so you can do that, yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, we could like put a pin in it. We'll take this up again next week or tomorrow if you want, if you're free tomorrow.
Probably not, because I only have 4 more days off.
Okay.
And I have really got to do these. I've got to stop fucking procrastinating and get these videos done.
All right. Yeah, that's fine, man. Whatever you do, just don't overwork yourself with getting those videos done, all right?
Oh no, it's completely my fault. So I've kind of got to do it, but it's like I waited till last minute to do it, so it's my own damn fault.
How dare you?
I had 6 days to do them, and waited till like the last 4. I had a grand total of 10, and then I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'll just fucking wait and do it. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute, no, I've still got to do them. Fuck.
I know the feeling. I've had deadlines for videos. Like, I wasn't able to finish the videos last weekend because of my strep. That bothered me.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
I told you I had health problems, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I went to the ER. Oh, by the way, I got the call today. I tested negative for COVID.
That's good.
But yeah, the going to the ER twice and being kind of fucked up from that was not fun. Oh, did I tell you about my second trip to the ER?
The one you told me about was the one where they gave you a prescription that brought your anxiety up.
Oh yeah. Made me feel like my skin was fucking crawling. Dude,
yes.
I hate that. That was dumb as shit. I was so mad.
Well, I think you had a right to be, because they shouldn't be giving. They should take all of your other medical conditions into account when they prescribe medication. It's like,
look, this is someone who's anxious all the time. Let's give him something to fuck that up.
Let's give him something that's known to shoot up anxiety. That'll only work out.
And you know what the part that pissed me off the most about it?
What?
I was like, yeah, I'm just feeling really anxious right now. Can I get something for this? Because this is like not normal. Sitting here like fucking like rubbing and scratching my arms and shit, looking like a crackhead. And you know what the nurse said to me? Like, oh yeah, this medication tends to make people more anxious. Just like it's fucking casual Friday or some shit.
Well, maybe they're used to smaller. My only like saving grace to them would be like maybe they're used to much. Like maybe the usual anxiety jump up is very minimal. Maybe you might have had a particularly bad reaction to it.
But and I kind of know why she reacted the way she did. Is because people in the ER don't give a fuck.
Well, you watch people come in and you get like die from gunshot wounds and stuff, so I'm sure they can't really like freak out over every patient, especially.
Yeah, well, no. So I was shadowing in an ER when I was younger and in college, and no, they really don't give a fuck. They don't. They're like, okay, what can I do to treat this person? Just get him the fuck out.
And my aunt is a nurse who works in the ER, and in her case, she's a good nurse, and she does tend to care about her patients, but the thing is, she can't afford to give each and every patient their due diligence, because they just get overwhelmed like every single night.
No, I believe it. I really do.
So I think at the end of the day, they really can't afford. Like the older and more you work in an ER, the worse it gets. I think, because you're more and more used to seeing like the worst and the worst and the least worst like conditions come in to get treated, and you just can't emotionally invest at all, so you just shut off completely.
Oh no, this was like a younger nurse too.
She might have just been a bitch too. That could always be it.
Oh no, I don't know. She didn't really have the personality of being a bitch. It was just one of those things where it was like, she's like, oh, yeah, that happens. Just kind of like, it's just like, oh yeah, the dog crapped on the floor again. Like, oh yeah, it happens. Well, fucking do something about it, please. I really wish I would have had the foresight to like record myself going insane, because that would have got me like 1 million views on YouTube. Like, watch me freak the fuck out in the hospital.
Remember to put it all in caps and make a thumbnail that makes you like has like the most crazy face you made during the whole thing.
I make a crazy face. I was just sitting there like my teeth were chattering, and I was just constantly rubbing and scratching my arms and pacing with an IV in. And I found out very quickly how far the IV could.
Well.
Yeah, I almost ripped the mother. I was like really close to ripping the motherfucker out too. I was like that close.
Good thing you didn't, because that can hurt a lot.
I know how to take one out. It's like, but I was in the mindset like I'm just going to yank the motherfucker out and I'm leaving. My dad had to stop me from doing that. It was kind of funny. Probably not for him, but it was kind of funny. Oh.
Watch me going crazy in a hospital. Gone sexual, gone sick. Copy paste that title right in there. There you go.
Oh, all right. Okay. Oh no, that. Wait, what? You bastards!
What?
Oh, okay. Creative Assembly.
Uh-oh. This is gonna turn into.
No, this is gonna be a quick thing. They were like, check out our new content coming out. It's a list of all their content that's already came out plus what's coming out. So it's at the bottom of the list. I'm like, wait a minute. Some of this shit looks like it's been out for what the fuck?
Probably
it's
has
like,
been a while.
Yeah, it's like, and then I look up at the very top of it because I didn't actually read the title. I just started scrolling through it, like, oh, I can't wait to see what shit it's gonna be. It's like this ain't new. They lied.
Yeah, they do that. All right, we're gonna call it here before we get down another rabbit hole. Hope everybody enjoyed the podcast today. Don't know if we'll do it again. Don't know if people are a fan of the gameplay style. We did have significantly less of a turnout today than usual, so yeah. I'm not sure. But whatever the case may be, we'll probably just do a normal podcast next week.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Y'all have a good one.